Howdy everybody, how you guys doing today? I see some hi there's. How's it going? So I'm actually lubing switches and stuff right now. We're mostly done with that, though we have a little bit to do as we're going on. Yo, what's up, Danibus? How you doing? Bathtub Buccaneer, Steelwind, how you guys doing? Hopefully really well. So yeah, today we're gonna be building an HBCP. Is in this fancy, not so fancy I guess, box right here. You know. Hello, nice job on the new Kalanopes. Thanks. So TSC, who's my mod, who will be here via voice any moment now. We were talking before the stream, but she had to run and go handle something real quick. But when she jumps in, you can thank her directly, because it turns out she did all the editing on that. I just had to sit down and record a video. Pretty simple, pretty simple. So I've got all these MX black tops here and I'm throwing them on there. Rad Eats, what's up, man? How you doing? Today we're gonna actually be building something that's super special to me, and it's crazy because I have had an HBCP. I mean, I'm one of, well, literally two people, including Heinebush, that's had an HBCP since July of last year. There was a prototype, a really early pre-release prototype that was floating around for several months before that, that kind of bounced back and forth between other streamers. But the board, for the most part, as it sits today, as you can get one, I've had that model basically. Mine's very slightly different, and I'll go over the differences at some point today. Mine is basically that model, and I've had it since July, and it is predominantly what is on my primary desk, like my actual computer desk at my house, which isn't this desk actually. This is the streaming rig. It pretty much only gets used for streaming, or if I have somebody over, I'll let them play games on it. My computer is actually over there, and they're set up a little differently. Like this one has a monitor here and a monitor up here, because I want more vertical desk space to have, like, you know, a hot air workstation and a microscope and a soldering station and desoldering stuff and, you know, all that stuff. And I don't have to take it out and put it away and whatever. But anyway, my desk over there, like, that's almost always what's on my desk. The last few days it's actually been Austin. Anyway, so the computer I use the very most pretty much has HBCP at it, so I'm super excited to be building this board. So I have this one, and I have another one that I'll be doing in a while. I'm waiting on a PCB to arrive, which I think Heine's getting the new PCB in like this week, maybe this coming week, according to him. So, and then he'll be sending me mine. I have a purple polycarb that I bought in the standard group buy, and so like, I've built one, I'm building another one, I'm building another one for another customer, and then I'll build mine. So I will have built 4. Yeah, HBC. Oh, what's HBCP, you ask? Ooh, well, why don't I just show you the one that's normally at my desk? I will pull that out right now. Also pulling out some cold brew coffee in a can, which, I mean, may not be like the primo, but you know, it is what it is. That's the kind of day it is. So this is HBCP. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, and it's functionally magnificent. It has this cool, and this is a Heine kind of shape trademark. It has this cool, like, rounded foot on the back of it. Obviously has a decent brass weight that spans. Yeah, man, this is silver. So I think this one that we're building is silver also, although maybe I'll be surprised, because one of the ones that I'm building is not silver and one is. No, HBCP is this actual mechanical keyboard. So this piece of aluminum and brass, and then the plate, which is also brass in this one. Yeah, so kind of. this is 1800 compact. I'll show you what the difference is, right? So an actual 1800 board is, well, I have a couple examples here. So both of these are 1800 layout. This is an actual case that the keyboard company modifies by painting the case, and then they put a different plate and PCB in here, and the PCB is really good actually. So this is the TKC 1800, which is actually a, trying to remember what the exact model number is off the top of my head. My brain is kind of farting on this, but this is actually a Cherry keyboard that was manufactured and has been for quite a while, and is still, I think, under current manufacture. In fact, I'm sure they are. So the key company buys these, paints them. You can see this is a high gloss painted. Now I've got fingerprints all over mine. Mine's blue, right? If I do the overhead view, it'll be easy. Yeah, G81 1800. Thank you, Kajata. I appreciate that. Yeah, I knew it was a G80 something. But I didn't want to quote the model and be wrong, so I just was like, nah, I don't know. So anyway, so this is like kind of one of the original 1800 boards, and it's one that's still in production technically. This is one of theirs, right? So they can't hear you yet, TSC. They can hear you now.
Hello, your disembodied mod voice is now engaged.
Engage disembodied mod. So this is one example. Hold on one second and I'll show you the other one. So there's some fundamental differences between 1800, right? So this is another 1800. This is a punchy 1800. But you can see, yeah, right. What up, Doc Owned?
Hi, Doc.
Yeah, so
what's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc? So if you look at it, right, you'll notice that we have the 60% cluster with a blocker between the arrows and a blocker between the numpad area. But if you notice up here, you have a top row profile of 2 rows, right? And a pretty big blocker between the alphas and the F keys, the F row. Now, if you look at 1800 compact, you will notice there are some differences. Sorry. So the blocker between the F row and the alphas is considerably smaller, and you're missing 1 row above the numpad for extra keys. So you actually have 4 less key switches on this board than this one. I like the compact because this looks less balanced actually. The standard 1800, you notice the blockers don't look uniform. There's like a giant blocker between the alphas and the F row of just empty space. And it's like, why?
Also because the compact has Shoko on it.
Well, yeah, but this has 9s on it.
Yeah, but Shoko.
I agree. But ignoring the keycaps, right?
Right.
I'm
sorry,
you also have
about the aesthetics.
So you also have all this extra real estate up here where you have switches that you predominantly don't use. Could easily be put on a function layer. What's up, Penguin Droppings? Oh, we got something to show you, Penguin.
Do we have something for Penguin?
We do, but give a moment. Aesthetics. Yeah, so that's really what it comes down to, right? The aesthetics of true 1800 layout just aren't as good as the aesthetics of 1800 compact. And so there are slightly different 1800 compact features. So like Heine on HBCP kept the indicator lights, which the original 1800 also has. There are some 1800 compact boards that don't have a blocker between the F row and the alphas and numpad. They just have a compressed. They have these blockers right here, but they don't have this long blocker. So they're even more compact in the top to bottom direction. Although those keyboards like Box CP and TXCP, the case itself is actually bigger, so they're pretty much the same dimensionally on the outside. But they also frequently lack this, and what they have is a blocker, a vertical blocker here and here, and then they have one more key switch. There's minor variations, but I actually like this one the most, HBCP. I don't need that one extra key switch, though Rect 1800, which is also 1800 compact, which just recently released. In fact, it was on Canon Keys, and if you bought in on it, you got it a week later. And I have one of those, and we will be building that.
Hey, Saram. Hey, Eco Dragon.
What's up,
Echo
Eco?
Dragon, sorry. Hey, so remember how I always keep threatening to steal Shoko from you?
I hear the threats, but you live 2,000 miles away, so good luck.
I finally got a keycap puller, so when it does come to next time I see you with it, it's mine.
That might be a little while, but
look at this. Look at this right here.
Well, they can't see it.
They can't see it, but you can.
I can. That's true. It's truth. All right, so
just Google keycap puller on wire keycap puller on Amazon with a red handle, and you'll get it.
Black Simon.
Black Simon.
Thank you so much for that raid. 76 people. Are we starting within the first 20 minutes of within the first 20 minutes? Man, that's crazy. What's up, Bouncy?
Oh, golly, thanks for the follow.
Thank you so much. And anybody who's
show us your keyboard.
Anybody who's not already, I think it's down in this corner, following or subbed or whatever, consider doing that. I think it depends on how you're looking at it. What up, Milkman? What up, Monster Lag? How you doing? Black Simon, thank you again, man. I appreciate that. That's so friendly of you. So nice. Anyway, show you my keyboard.
Thank you for the follow, or is it Jean Thor?
So for those of you that didn't join in, we're going to be building one of these today.
We're not that one.
Not this one. This one's been around since July. So this is a prototype one. There are some minor differences between this board and the one we're going to be building today. However, functionally not relevant. And on the outside, yeah, this is HBCP.
That is a heiny. Black Simon says follow or Simon will hit you. I mean, we're not going to promote violence on this channel. However,
also you guys,
Black Simon.
Anybody who is already on my stream, I just started, there was like 30 of you guys maybe, and then Simon rated. You guys should go check out Black Simon also for some awesome keyboard
Simon
content.
Will newspaper you. It's like on the nose. Soft hit. Bonk.
You should go check him out.
It's like a very aggressive boop.
So anyway, great keyboard. We're going to be building one just like this today, or very similar. But it's one of my favorite layouts. And this is legitimately, I'll say it one more time for all the people who just joined from Black Simon's stream. This keyboard is, in fact, the keyboard that has predominantly been on my main computer desk since July of last year.
Unknown says Simon is an old man that yells at keyboards, just like you.
No Langalandia, Gempot. I mean, he can join in as he wants to.
Yeah, he has an open invitation to hop in the chat whenever he wants.
Yeah, we're also in a Discord voice channel right now that he's the only other one who has access to it.
Yeah. It's
the thing that we use for recording the Callan Ope stuff, which, by the way, a new Callan Opes episode posted.
Yes, a new episode went up depending on where you are, early this morning for me. So episode 2 is up. We talk about keycaps, and there are some Easter eggs in there. Almost nice. Literally.
Thank you, One Lap Down. Also, good morning, Shocks, and thank you, Seaman Beard and Gene Thor. I don't know if I caught you, but thank you so
Heine
much.
is too powerful to leave the desk. It's true.
So Raykuza, I have a question for you then, if you believe that, because I believe that as well. Because legit, one of my favorite boards of all time. Is
Disco in here too?
Is Disco in here? Did I miss him? If you are, hi Disco.
Oh, hi Disco.
What a solid gentleman, that Disco Crocodile. Anyway, yeah, so I have a question for Raykuza, and anybody who thinks that Heine's boards are freaking awesome. Are you guys excited for TKL 1 or what? Post, let me know. See, I think that that's going to be one of the hottest boards. I think it might be the hottest board of 2020. Boo, lost the raffle. So sorry, man.
Penguin says,
so sorry.
I didn't win it. Aw, sad. Boo.
Sorry, Penguin. Say a panda.
Oh, you did. Raykuza won a Heine TKL. That's awesome.
Raykuza did?
Congratulations.
Oh my god, Raykuza. Dude, so excite. So excite. Milkman, I agree, man. It's gonna be really good. Monster Lag, I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to rub it in. Bouncy. Ooh. So Bouncy, I actually know, just generally, there are some other boards that are coming out this year that are going to be pretty cool. But I think Heine TKL 1 will give pretty much anything that's out there at least a decent run for its money. So last year, all the like hot shit boards that came out, for the most part, there are some exceptions, were not actually TKLs. Like there were 65s, there were 75s, there were a bunch of other boards that got a lot of praise, but TKL didn't get the most love last year.
So
and
Bouncy says, I have a slight problem with a comment that was made about a person having corona, but I won't go into it. No drama.
Oh no.
Okay.
Wait, who on my stream? Bouncy. I mean, don't go into it if you don't want to, but ping me direct. Like, is it a comment that I made?
No. I think he was talking about somebody else. I don't think he was talking about you.
I was like, I don't think I've ever talked about anyone in particular having the Rona.
I don't think so. It doesn't concern you at all.
Oh, okay.
Zero concern.
Unknown H.
Heine made a joke about Bezo having COVID. Okay.
Did not know that. But not my drama to get into for right now.
Nope, not our drama. Not
either way,
dramas.
the man makes some great boards. And actually, I think, at least in all of my interactions, has been quite an awesome dude to know. But, you know, we all have off days. I don't know what the comment was, but I'll dig in later. For now, I'm pretty happy to be building this awesome board because legit HBCP.
Heine is a good guy. He is Bouncy. He's very nice.
Heine TKL. Heine TKL versus Key Cult number 1, Teal Rice. Dude, that's not a question that can even be answered right now because I don't have a Heine TKL 1 in hand.
Do you have a Key Cult
I will at some
hand?
point. I don't.
Oh, then you have neither.
Yeah, but I've handled a Key Cult number 1, and I have not handled a Heine TKL 1 because very few people have up to this point. At some point I will, and I will definitely show it.
You can handle that.
Is controversial opinion on keyboards welcome here? Bouncy, of course.
Bouncy's we'll have a special segment called Bouncy's Spicy Hot Takes.
I think we need another command for Bouncy because that man is in here all the time.
Command.
Which brings me to Penguin. I don't know if you're in here. I hope you are. I know you were, but I made a command just for you.
It's true.
It's logo for poop. Thank you so much for that follow. I like that name, by the way. Thank you, Penguin, for being such a great friend of the stream. Seriously, you are appreciated. Thank you, my grandma made it. Okay, so what you guys aren't seeing here, and I'm gonna pop right on over to it, right?
Sorry.
Is what I'm actually doing is
make one.
lubing some switches. It's giving you cavities. All right.
Oh, look at that lubing station though.
I know.
Isn't that hot?
It is. I love it. My buddy Shocks made it. He's in here and he's awesome.
Shocks rocks.
Unknown H. I am fairly certain that they're retools. They absolutely appear to be. I'm almost positive they are. I don't know it because I didn't buy them, but I think it's garbage. We need a better design.
I think it's garbage. We need a better design. Dude.
I mean, look, dude, if you want to make me a different one, I'm down. And I actually saw a lubing station that he made recently that was made out of PLA of all things. And I actually like it was less flexible and I like the exterior design a lot more. Pretty happy with it. Yeah, bouncy retools. So obviously I've got the bottoms in here. I've got them filmed. I already did these ones. I've got our stems and our springs, and all I really need to do now is put in all the springs, put in all the stems, put the tops on, snap them down, and then we can get to building this board. So without further ado, that's what I'm gonna do.
Do any of this under the microscope?
No.
But microvision.
Okay, fine, microvision.
Yes.
I'm not gonna snap a lot of them together, but I will show kind of what a
like
lubed.
a couple.
So I tub lube for anybody that's new here.
Also, what springs are those? We have an ask.
Okay, these are oh, here, let me turn
You
autofocus
could put
on.
them underneath the microscope.
Look, I'm gonna. Okay. These are TX 55 gram springs, and if you do !build, you'll see that I put that in there. If you want detailed information about any given build, it's probably better to hit the build command and you'll get the specifics of what we're gonna be doing today. But some days are more specific than others. But
Sunday.
Sunday. All right, so I'll do a little show and tell under the microscope. I really hate that scratch that formed right there. It's kind of a bummer.
Nope.
Unknown H. Yeah, I forgot about that. Simon sets that command to reply with blank is an idiot. Womp womp. What a joker that guy, Black Simon. Also, what a nice dude for rating me. If you're still in here,
For
man.
real.
I know how it goes when you're done streaming. Sometimes you're kind of done. I don't know if you're still in here, but thank you again. And honestly, as the host, sometimes you just gotta, sometimes you just gotta troll a little bit.
A bit.
You'll sacrifice yourself, build. Yeah, I don't set it to troll you guys. So I tub lube my springs and I tub lube stems, and it uses way more lube than if you were doing with a brush, but it's way less headache. And to me, that is money in the bank. Saving yourself from headaches and hassle, there's value in that. But
now I'm going and looking at names.
But I'm gonna show
going to see if
kind of
was still here.
What a well properly lubed, I think, spring looks like. So you can kind of see that the whole surface has a little coating of some kind of white Krytox grease film. I hope. Right? And so that right there, inside and out on that spring, helps it as it goes. Now, I'm not going to put the switch bottom, but if any of you have ever taken a switch apart, you know what? Give me 1 second. I've got a switch bottom somewhere around here. Here's a busted MX Black, a vintage black, that I can show you guys. get it ready for you guys. Okay. So if you look at how this kind of goes, this goes right here, right? And as that spring slides around that center post, and as the stem goes in that top bit and slides around there, this spring can cause a little bit of grinding or crunch is what people generally refer to it as sound. And that lube on the inside of that spring
Crunch.
effectively prevents, if you look, a little bit of it transferred, right? Around there. And as it slides up and down and compresses, it kind of just lubricates that action. It causes a little bit less friction, and it helps it just not make so much sound. So there's that, right? Now I'm gonna put this, flip it upside down so we get the inside up over here, right? So I'm gonna put that there. Now I'm gonna show you guys what this stem looks like. Now this stem is not over lubed, but if you look at it, there's lube everywhere. Now, whether it's over lubed or not, if it feels buttery or if it feels just a little bit slicker, is partially dependent on how much lube you use, but it's also partially dependent on the tolerance of the switch. Now, MX Blacks have slightly looser tolerances than, say, something like a Telio. If we applied this much lube to the stem of a Telio, it would be pretty buttery, like significantly buttery, because the tolerances are tighter and now there's more grease in between there. But on an MX Black, this amount of lube is, well, it feels good. It just reduces the friction sound or any kind of like noticeable swish as this palm piece touches the nylon internal pieces on the guide of the switch itself.
So would you say that it's
they're gonna
like
look at it and they're gonna be like, it's really over lubed, but it isn't for an MX Black. Now I tub lube, so we do use way more lube, like probably 3 times as much lube to get the parts of the switch that need to be lubricated, i.e. the parts where a piece of plastic rides against another piece of plastic or a piece of metal. So the legs, which are those long flat bits, like right there, and then the guides, which is right there, this side bit, and it is 205 grade 0, so it does look pretty thick, and it's pretty noticeable because it's a white grease contrasting against a black stem, so it's going to be very noticeable. However, I want you guys to understand this amount of lube on this stem in this switch housing is not going to feel buttery, but if you did the same thing to a Telio, it absolutely would be, or most Gateron switches for that matter. Isn't there a point of diminishing returns? You mean in how much lube you apply? It's not just that there's a point of diminishing returns, it's that you can actually negatively impact the switch if you over lube. If you put too much, if you put more than this, it'll start feeling a little buttery, like almost like
sticky?
there's added resistance to the action of the switch related to this. Yeah, so Bouncy, this is where it's important to remember what switches it is that you're lubing, and you should always be lubing to a switch feel and not to a specific amount of lube, unless you're lubing repeatedly the same thing over and over again. Like if you're always lubing MX Blacks, find out the quantity that makes those work well and then do it. But I still recommend that instead of doing a specific amount, you lube to a feel. And the reason I say that is because technically the tolerances could change from batch to batch because the molds wear or they make new molds or whatever.
So is that where tub lubing would be more desirable then for consistency's sake? Because you can kind of control how much lube you're using.
So here's the argument both for and against it in terms of consistency. If you're lubing if you're lubing and you want exact consistency across all switches, then tub lubing will be more consistent. But I heard Man of Interests actually say this at NorCal to me. But what if I don't want consistency? Right? And the reason that you might not want consistency is you might not want the exact same amount of lube on the legs, as an example, as you do on the slider guides, which is totally a fair statement. Like, it absolutely is. Yeah, these are not buttery and they sound good.
Oh, sorry for that, you guys.
So I do not believe Vivint that MCG 129 Crystolube is better than 205 grade 0, but I also don't think that it's bad. I think that you can probably get pretty consistent results with most greases based on the amount that you use. So as long as you're not adding so much grease that you're causing hydraulic actuation issues in here, i.e. the switch has to physically push grease out of the center pinhole or whatever, like you basically filled this with a fluid and now it has to squish around to move. I think you're gonna find that you'll have results that are at least beneficial in the way that we talk about switch lubing. But if you add too much and you make it feel too buttery and that's not the sensation that you want, then it's bad, right? So switch lubing and stab lubing and all of it is an art, not a science. Stab lubing is a little bit more scientific because we can talk about what we actually want out of it for sure is to eliminate rattle. But in switch lubing, it's what do you like the feel of? And this is actually a moderate lube job on these switches. It's not too much, it's not too little. But I wanted to show that off because I wanted you guys to understand that there's a difference based on the switches you're using, based on everything. So you should be doing it to feel, and the right way to do that if you're tub lubing is you apply lube to the inside of the container, right? You tighten it down, you shake it all up for a while, you put it together, and then you put one switch together and you feel it. And if it's too little, you add more. Don't ever do too much because removing it is difficult, though technically, talk about this big brain thing, I believe it is, at least. You could technically remove some lube from this. And there's a thing in tub lubing, you could at least. If you take a little piece of microfiber cloth and you put it back in here with this, with all the stems, and you shake it around there, your microfiber cloth is going to end up trash. But it will effectively remove some lube from the entire effectively closed environment. And then you can remove that cloth and you could toss it away, and you will have introduced no other contaminants because microfiber cloth, or effectively none, and you will have removed some lube. So there is a way that you could mechanically remove some lube there. I've never had to do that because I always do the incremental add more, test, add more, test, add more, test. Now I do this every week, twice. Like, I do enough of it that I have a pretty good feel for what the right amount will be right away. And it, like in this case, I put a specific amount in there, tested it. I knew that I had to go a little heavier than I do with like Gatorons or whatever, tested it. And I was like, it could use just a little bit more. And then I added just a little bit more and it got to where I want it. So that's how I do it. Unless like, Milkman,
you Dropping says, I'm here for the science.
Thanks, Penguin. That's honestly part of what I want out of my stream. I want you guys to get techniques down and learn new things. Star Fox says, ooh, I saw HBCP and got me super excited for years to come. So Star Fox, I'm pretty sure yours is the one we're just like, I don't have them all, every board in my mind, but I'm pretty sure yours is the one we're waiting on a PCB for. And if that's the case, in fact, I'm almost positive it is, because we've done a few boards together and I'm pretty familiar with your stuff. Yeah. So Piney said that PCBs are getting shipped to him soon, like this week, I think this coming week, which means that I should get my board with your extra PCB pretty soon, and then we can go. Rad Eats, yeah, no problem, man. The inside is definitely a thing that I want to give to you guys, and take it for what it's worth, right? I'm one guy and I have an art to the way that I like to lube and some science behind it, but it's an art, and hopefully you guys glean something good from it. So Milkman, you says, you typically lube consistently across most switch types for clients unless specified on order. Unless I can tell, the style of application doesn't really work upon QCing. Yes. Yeah, I generally agree with that. I go for a pretty mid-road lube feel unless somebody specifically asks for a thing to be buttery or to be light. And some customers don't know if they like buttery or if they like light or whatever. And if they don't know, we go mid-road and what I feel is going to be right for them, and we hope for the best. But as you gain more experience in the hobby, you learn what you like or what you don't. T Wheels 14, now y'all are getting me hyped to see yours. It's going to be beautiful, man. T Wheels, have you not gotten your HBCP
Tinfoil.
yet? Is that what's going on?
Hi, friend.
Ooh, Tinfoil. Haven't seen that name in a while. How you doing, man? Been busy with school? I mean, it's pretty late in the year to be busy with school, but maybe you have. I don't know.
I mean, it's
I don't know
also
what your
almost July.
Yeah, I don't know
so.
what your school situation is. Maybe you have been doing good, finishing up college stuff for the fall. Yeah, I figured that might be the case. T Wheels. No, I think I sent everything you need. Okay, cool. Perfect. T Wheels. Where are you from, my man? Specifically, I'm trying to tie a name with a board build.
Texas.
So I just don't recognize that name versus an order like T Wheels 14. Maybe I should. I could look through my orders.
Tinfoil says, not too busy aside from that. Got a job with DoorDash, trying to save up money for new PC parts and college and keyboards.
T Wheels.
That's a lot.
Looking you up, man. Oh, yes. Okay, T Wheels. I got you, man. I got you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. I know. And I am looking forward to that. That's going to be fun. Sorry. There's enough names that go by that once we're like entrenched in the build, I totally recognize them, but I'm like, oh, who? Then there are a couple people who have been repeat customers consistently who I'm always super on board. Like, I recognize them. Rad Eats, thank you so much for the 1500 bits, my man. I appreciate that.
Thank you
I
for
really
the bits,
do, man.
Eats.
That's awesome. You're the man. Thank you. It's really appreciated when people do stuff like that. Thanks.
Hey, no KB.
No KB, what up? How you doing?
Oh, Tinfoil, this is Tiny Shiny Crumb. It's been a while since you've been here, friend.
Yeah. I forget that some people just, like, they don't know who you are. It's like, I'm here for every stream, so I know that you've become a facet on through voice. So I don't want to take you for granted, though, TSC. Thank you.
Thank you. Bouncy did my command.
Oh, I was about to do it because I was like, I don't want to take you for granted. Thank you, TSC.
Yeah,
thank you, Bouncy.
I'm Tiny Shiny Crumb. I'm the mom.
Yeah, Tinfoil. That's TSC. And I'm happy to have her here because it means that when I do things like lubing switches behind the scenes, she gets to read all the awesome questions out loud that I can hear, and then I respond. Helps avoid missing any of you guys' awesome things.
Yeah, and we don't want you guys to feel like we're not paying attention to you, or your questions aren't being answered or anything. So yeah.
It just turns out that I have this tendency to hyper focus on specific parts of the build.
You do. And that's okay, because that means you have a lot of interest in what you're doing and are concerned about attention to detail and making a good build.
I am. And for what it's worth, I think you guys should be too. whether you have somebody else build your board or you build it yourself. Oops. A thing that you absolutely want is for the board to be built correctly. And I watch a lot of other streamers and they're maybe better at multitasking than me. And they do a good job just making sure no like hair or anything got on there. This is effectively a microfiber mat, but
these are lubed with 205,
I have
right?
cats, so yeah, Jessup, all of it's lubed with 205. And so 105 is good stuff. And a lot of people find good use with it, but there's no fundamental reason that you should be using grease or oil with a spring. I agree, Milk Manu. It's the way. So here's what I will say are the advantages of, now this did actually come with 105 because these were TX springs and it came with the cool little TX lube station thing, which I basically just pull the top off of and dump out into a tub. And you can use a little bit of 105 to cut the 205 if you want it to be thinner, but on a spring it almost matters not at all. All you want is something there to lubricate that action. The tolerances are so loose on the spring that the only thing I think you could get fundamentally different from an oil versus unless you used way too much, an oil versus a grease, is that the oil might actually settle in the bottom of the housing, and it might not actually be that consistent if you don't type on a board for a long time. Like if you set it to the side and you're using something different for a while, for like months, you don't really touch this thing, you might actually have to actuate all the switches a little bit before the oil kind of moves back around to where you want it. Whereas the grease, unless unless you're storing your keyboards that you aren't using in your hot car in the middle of the desert, which I don't recommend.
Maybe don't do that.
Which I don't recommend.
Just pro tip, don't do that.
Yeah, pro tip, don't do that. Pro tip also, Shocks handed me some awesome 3D printed things recently. One that you guys will be excited for, and one that was kind of cool and exciting to me, but you guys wouldn't really care that much about. But one that you guys will be excited and we will be building soon. Which reminds me, Shocks, you and I, after this, man, if you've got the time, let's sit down for a minute and discuss some VIA goodness. Anyway,
discuss amongst yourselves.
Anyway,
so there was a question. Tinfoil asks, do you know of any upcoming keyboard meetups? I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it up to Colorado for KeyCon this year.
New Zealand. New Zealand's doing one
New
soon.
Zealand's coming up. That's probably the safest one right now.
But they might not let you in.
Yeah, they
if you're from Merca.
I know they were talking about doing one.
Doesn't New Zealand have like one case right now?
I think so.
I think it's like one,
it's
right?
very low.
They're like, no, we have one active.
Very, very low.
Talk about a country that did it well versus a country that did not do it that well.
There's a meetup in Hungary right now.
Is there really?
If you want to fly over there.
Well, you might not be able to.
Let's see.
Yeah, so KeyCon I think is the most likely candidate. And sorry, like if you can't make it, there will certainly be ones after that. We're definitely going to go back to having meetups, but
just
nothing is certain right now.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
There's actually a meetup, and I'll link it. There's a meetup board on Geekhack that kind of shows you what the new meetups are going to be. Cryan King, and I will link that right now.
Nemelf, I think.
As far as I
think
know,
you're gonna like 205.
Man, KeyCon 2020 is still in Denver, and it is still on
for September, right?
September.
Yeah, so that's the plan for me. I'm gonna plan on going to it.
Me too.
But you know, I mean,
as
if we're
Mr. Langolandia, so if you want to meet at least three of us, Cal and Opes, come to KeyCon.
Which, by the way, anybody who isn't aware, a new Cal and Opes dropped today. Dang it! I hate it when this happens.
Early this morning. Did you drop something?
No, I'm pretty sure I double springed something.
Oh.
Or I dropped a spring, but more likely I double springed something. It's pretty rare that it happens, but it has happened before.
Stuck together or stacked on top of each other?
Yeah, where they stick together, and it's way more like, what were you gonna say? There's one what?
Kind of up. Look at me, upper right corner.
Upper right corner?
Maybe it's just a light.
Row and column from the upper right, I guess.
Row H, or column H, row 1.
H. Okay. I don't know what that means. A, B, C,
I was
D,
thinking in
E?
Excel.
Oh.
I was thinking in Excel
So A,
columns
B,
and
C,
rows.
D, E, F, G, H. You're saying this one right here? H1?
Yeah, next to it.
Next to
Maybe,
it?
maybe not. Hang on, I need to catch up on chat.
It could have already happened.
Is KeyCon the biggest one? I mean, it's supposed to be because,
So-
con, but
So it's also not really a meetup. It's a con.
it's not. Yeah, it's a con versus a meetup, so it's a little bit different.
This is kind of a bummer. Because
But I mean, Seattle's
it
pretty
could be
big.
in here. But I don't
there's
notice.
some in Chicago that are pretty big. NorCal and SoCal are pretty big as far as meetups go. The meetups in New York, I think, are pretty big.
SoCal and NorCal are going to be your biggest in terms of attendance of a meetup.
So Jessup asks, this might sound crazy to a lot of people, but for me, the most enjoyment in this hobby is lubing switches slowly and enjoying it while watching a stream like this and a nice cup of coffee. There are a lot of people who enjoy that. They also enjoy soldering. Like our friend Langalandia, he really, really enjoys just hanging out and soldering and just getting into like the zen of doing a thing. Let's see.
Which boggles my mind because I don't enjoy. I enjoy soldering, but I don't enjoy.
I mean, and I guess maybe if you talk to someone like Straight Classy, like they would. I think he obviously likes lubing switches too. Kiwi King, thanks for the follow.
I'm trying to like pick ones out that.
Cryan King asks, is it possible to tub loop with 205 grade zero? I mean, I think that's
what I did.
You do all the time.
Yep, both the stems and the springs.
It's going really well right now, Kiwi King. We are looking for an orphan switch or orphan spring right now. We're not sure if it jumped ship or if
Possible it just jumped out.
snuggled in with another.
It doesn't really matter because there's plenty of. It's also. Oh, you know what?
What'd you do?
No, there isn't a spring for it. There literally is not a spring for it. I just was thinking about how many. No. So it's how many come in here, right? So the customer had one extra switch than I expected, and so really, if you look in here, 1, 2, 3.
Look at that.
So 11 times 1, 2, 3, 4. So there should be 111 in here, and I'm pretty sure that I only put in 100, and there's actually 101 switches. So that's actually what the issue is.
I finished my lubing for the day a little while ago. Finally took time to lube for myself. Little self-care Sunday morning. Nice.
Yeah.
And that's very important.
Here's the original Black's springs. So I actually just put in one less spring than there were switches because the customer sent one more switch than I expected.
Morven Mad, hello and thank you.
Which is
That
kind
is
of a
a
bummer.
nice lubing station. Mr. Shock's made.
Yeah, it is. I agree. Actually, both of these are really nice.
Morven
Shock's
says,
made
I
me
actually
two of
got a cheap Mac keyboard just to practice soldering and desoldering when I started out.
What'd you get, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah.
My recommendation is the Practice 60. So yeah, so this is basically the reason for this is that there isn't an extra switch. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of our actually already lubed switches in there. I'm going to take this and I'm just going to lube this one kind of by hand, roughly. And I'm going to use the excess lube that's in the case, in this tub that we lubed all the springs in anyway.
Okay, so catching up. Tinfoil says, okay, I had a weird idea for a keyboard a while ago. Tell us about it, Tinfoil.
Yes, please.
I'm very interested. Radit says, RIP Spring. Spring is gone forever. Kimi
So, like I
says,
said,
one of my PCBs fried on my last build. Oof. And Morven Mad says, I bought a Red Dragon off Amazon for 20 bucks and just tore that thing apart. That's always fun.
That's actually a really good way to do it. Buy an OEM and then learn to desolder it as well. That's rough, man. My actual recommendation though would be to buy a through hole kit. So I'm going to take this one switch and I'm going to set it aside, right? Because we have the right number of stems. We just have one less spring than we actually need. So I'm going to take this one switch and I'm going to set it off to the side. And customer, you're not getting this switch back. Sorry, buddy. I just don't want you to have one inconsistent one that doesn't do you right. If I owe you 10 cents or 50 cents or whatever, you let me know. But I don't want you to have one that doesn't fit the rest. Though it sounds and feels great, it won't be the same weight. I'm gonna actually set this over here. So you got a Maypad with a couple through hole kits as well. The Maypad was great practice. I agree. The Maypad would be great practice. Would be fantastic practice indeed. So we're gonna pop all these out. Okay, so we're done with this bad boy. Now we're just going to be moving on to this.
So Tinfoil says, I would get like GAT clears or another linear, not sure yet, and then spring swap them with 15 gram sprit springs.
Flasian.
Interesting.
Thank you for that sub.
Flasian. Thank you
Prime
for the sub.
13 months. Thank you so much, Flasian. So what were you saying? Sorry.
No, that was just what Tinfoil's idea for a board was.
No, can you repeat it, please?
GAT clears are another linear, and then spring swap them with 15 gram sprit springs.
So GAT clears aren't a linear. GAT clears are a tactile. Oh, wait, GAT clears. GAT clears might not be. I don't remember what GAT clears are. Sorry, I was thinking of MX clears.
And oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, that sounds like a cool idea. GAT clears. Yeah, I was gonna say GAT clears actually might be linear. I just am not super familiar with. I don't remember the weights of all of the different switch brands. I try, but so much information.
There's a lot.
You have 120 GAT clears. The space bar almost actuates itself. So I will say the biggest problem with lightweight springs like that I think is worth mentioning is that it's extraordinarily hard comparatively to lubricate the stabilizers, because
GAT clears are 35 gram linears.
You really want to limit the amount of rattle there is, but you don't have a lot of play, right? Like if you lube it enough to do that, you might actually make it so that the spacebar doesn't actuate, especially the spacebar doesn't actuate well. To be able to keyboard mash by blowing on the thing, no joke. Yeah.
Morven Mad says, yeah, I also got a Maypad and a couple.
I read that
as well. Maypad. Okay, never mind.
No, I responded. I think the Maypad is a great.
Did you get to Jessup's?
I didn't.
Okay, so Jessup said, what weight are those springs? Are those TX springs better than standard Zeal springs?
Yeah, and so these are 55 gram TX springs. But I will say that they are better than, in my opinion, than Zeal Springs. Zeal Springs are fairly tight and have a tendency to crunch against the side of the spring guide, I guess, the center post that you put the spring around. And so you get a lot more sound from Zeal Springs, and they require a lot more attention when you lube to get it correct, to get the right amount of lube on there to actually prevent that sound, for the most part, from happening. And even then, sometimes you can't not do it. So I personally like TX Springs a lot. I think the quality on Sprit Springs is really high, and I do have some, though I will say that I've had a really hard time wanting to buy from Sprit because of past behavior where you effectively walked away with people's money. Not on Springs, and not anytime recently. So I don't really endorse Sprit stuff, though I have used it for my own and for customer stuff, though I have not bought any of his stuff since I learned about those interactions. But as far as TX is concerned, great reputation and great springs, IMO. And the cool lube station that he sends, the little spring lube station with oil and the whole deal, kind of fantastic. Now, I don't use the oil. I use 205 grade 0 because it's just objectively better in my opinion. But I want my customers to have the best experience, so I use what I think is the best tools for this job to get them the most consistent and awesome. Yeah, objectively better. It is objectively better for me. I mean, in my opinion, like, everybody's opinion is different, but I think it's objectively better to use a grease than an oil. And the reason I say that is because the grease doesn't move around. Like, it only moves around under mechanical action. The oil has a tendency to settle. And I have enough boards that I'm not using all of mine all of the time. Like, some of them sit for a month or more. For a month or more, they'll sit and not get used. And if there were oil in there, that oil would settle. That's bad. Could you use TX springs in some switches and Sprit springs in others? I have a few Sprit springs left, but not enough for a full build, and I'm debating buying from him again. So if you have some Sprit springs and you want to use them, if you want to use two different springs from anyone, from two different vendors or different weights or whatever on a single board, my recommendation would be to attempt to have at least the alphas. You guys can't see that. To have at least the alphas have the same spring, because you're going to get a consistent feel across those. Depending on how many you have, I would first do the F row and the nav cluster, especially not the arrows. I would switch those out first, and then maybe the number row. And if you have one's heavier and one's lighter, I would consider putting the spacebar and all the stabilized mods using the heavier spring. That's how I would do it if I were going to do what you're talking about. Yeah, I think that's how you're going to get the best feel. So man, we're like totally lubing switches on my stream, which is the thing I normally try not to do. It's just a timing thing. Sorry. It
happens. I mean, that's okay. It's okay to lube and chat a little bit.
It is. Especially when I have a mod here to read a bunch of questions and chats aloud. Plus, I think hopefully it helps you guys all feel like you have more of a voice. A beautiful voice, but a voice.
Thank you.
Dodo. Love that name, by the way.
Yeah, I like that name too. Dodo, thank you for the
Thanks for the follow. So anybody who's not already following, consider going here or wherever the follow and sub thing is, and clicking one of those buttons, and let's stay in touch. nothing long with a lubing stream. Well, so the thing is, we're also going to be building a board for sure, like 100%. And that means that this stream will go relatively long.
I'm really glad you guys enjoy hanging out because we really love hanging out with you.
We
do. We love spending time chatting with the chat and just hanging out, talking about silly things and keyboards and all the things.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm just being silly.
Josh is trying to do his best Barry White impression.
Oh, no. I mean, I have a voice modifier for that.
I know you do.
If I want to make myself...
No, that makes you sound like Mortal Kombat.
Get over here.
Exactly.
Okay.
Unicorn 855, welcome.
Here, I'll use that. I'll use the modifier.
Look out, guys.
Get over here.
Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that was normal. Now you have to say finish him.
Finish him.
Doc says, I'm finishing up my loaves of bread and it's been good listening content. Don't need to see much.
Thank you.
What kind of bread are you making? That sounds lovely.
Yeah, actually, bacon bread, man. That is not a thing I'm super familiar with in terms of procedure, but I do know that it is.
I like the outcome of it.
Highly specific. And baking is science, guys and girls.
GMK bread. Nice Gundam
GMK
cheese.
Bread.
Dodo says, I'm trying to get around in the community to help grow my own content because this is honestly the first productive hobby I've ever had and love everyone in it. Dodo, yes, everyone in this community has been amazing to get to know.
Grow your own content.
Also,
Dodo,
to the shiny voice in the background. Thank you.
Do I not know what your content is? What kind of content do you make? Are you streaming? Are you making YouTube stuff? Are you making just images?
Yeah,
are you
post a link.
Are you making products? What do you do?
Post a link for us.
Let us know. Also, the shiny voice in the background. Aww. Thank you, Unicorn.
Heart. Brad Eat says you also sounded like Double T in the morning from the Fairly Odd Parents. Janibus says trying to write Sunday is a vibe with half of my. And I thought, ooh,
Dodo,
a Twitch link. Thank you, Dodo.
How am I not already following you?
I don't know, but I'm not, and I need to follow because that's awesome. Followed.
Thanks, man. And thank you for saying something. I generally am good with people posting links, but I think it's always the good thing to do to, like, yeah, now I'm following.
I think when you're posting links to your own content, I think it's good to ask first.
in there, Dodo.
Which is awesome.
And I like League 2.
Same.
Do. It turns out.
So Doc says very scientific, keeping a log of what works best, etc. It's 90% white and 10% wheat bread today. Yum. I've been doing low carb for a long time, and I just found some keto friendly bread from Costco. I'm very excited about this.
I will say bread is the one thing, if you're doing low carb though, that's like,
it's hard to
not. Yeah, it mostly doesn't. Pizza
like
crust
you just
can be done with
sandwich.
cheese.
Yeah.
And some
it can
other
be done
stuff.
With cheese, and it can also be done with cauliflower, I think, but you have to rice it and like
the cauliflower, even riced cauliflower,
cheese.
Not as good. The cheese, the kind like fathead pizza, I think is honestly as good or better than regular pizza with with a bread dough based crust.
Sure. So the keto bread that I found it's negligible zero carbs because it's 12 grams of carbs, but it's also 12 grams of fiber per slice of bread.
Fiber. Yeah.
So you're getting like your daily, if you have 2 slices, like to have a sandwich or whatever in the morning, you're getting your daily fiber dose right off.
Though definitely get more fiber than that. it's healthy
Sure.
for you.
More than 24 grams, yeah, but
I'm not a doctor, but
since science,
there's some science that shows that getting more fiber than the daily minimum recommended is probably not a bad thing for you.
right,
Unless it
'cause
causes problems.
reasons, right?
Yeah, GI problems, and then in which case, moderate on your own because you are responsible for your health.
Yes. So, Chad, Jessup says, this is my favorite keyboard streaming channel. This feels real and fun as opposed to some other channels that pander to sponsors, and I don't mean to diss anyone by that comment. Just in my humble opinion, when people are sponsoring you, you need to keep them happy by promoting their products, and by that, it means truth gets disguised promoting their products.
So I have definitely been accused once before of shilling for someone.
Hang on. It says it means that truth gets disguised in favor of keeping the sponsors happy. That's why I love this channel. Facts and reality and fun all in one stream. Thank you, Jessup. Okay,
Thank you,
sorry.
ma'am.
Go.
Yeah, so I have been accused once of shilling for someone, Heine specifically, apt that we're building an HBCP today, because I glowed about it and I showed his sticker on my stream. But you know what? Like, I just promote things that I like, and I am not sponsored by anyone. Now, I have considered very recently reaching out to some sponsors, but I want to make it really clear, right? I'm not really willing to do a regular sponsorship deal. I think it's okay to have specifically sponsored content, like, hey, this prototype build is only available to me because this person was allowed to, this person is sponsoring it by letting me have it to do this thing with, or letting me use it to do this with. Not have,
I don't
probably.
think there's necessarily anything wrong with saying today's stream is sponsored by X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, but I don't really want to do regularly
incremental. Right, that's what I'm saying. Is like as a one-time deal versus a long-standing sponsorship thing.
So I have no issues with the way that people are doing it, but I have been reluctant to do any sponsorship at all, and have not up to this point, specifically because I don't want it to appear to be bought and paid for content. That's not okay with me. And I know a lot of the other content creators personally. Like, we've met, we've talked, I understand what they're doing, and I trust them. But me trusting them is not the same thing as the community trusting them, or having or having a presentation that is trustworthy to the entire community, because of exactly what you're saying. And I'm not calling anybody out either. I applaud them for making good content, and I think that a fair number of those channels have been able to grow more as a result of exposure and subathons and giveaways and things that are sponsored. And I would like to harness some of those things without ever taking on permanent sponsorship. So I have not reached out yet, but I definitely do plan at some point to reach out to a couple of the community vendors that I trust, because I've met them in person and I believe that they're decent people, and then talk about specifically how maybe we could come to some arrangement that meets both of our goals in a way that is healthy for my community, which is you guys. And thank you.
I wanna catch up on a couple things.
Please do.
Dodo says, I do Keebs, but I also am a competitive game caster for my college and trying to do a larger variety of content. That is the most big brain explanation I've ever heard of for bread, apparently. Doc, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Monster Lake says, also Josh is the electronics whisperer. The desoldering streams are hilarious. Agreed. Chucks agrees with Jessup's feedback, and it's really good feedback. Morven Mad says, thanks for following me too. I noticed after one of your streams I was hanging in, you popped over unprompted. That's super cool of you, friend. Are welcome.
Yeah.
Doc says the word with dough in his, or says the guy with the word dough in his name. Teal Rice says, I bought the Zenith, by the way. Dodo says that's very true, but that's because I'm a smooth brain gamer. It's me, Maria says, whoa, I hold Twitch streamers personally responsible for my health. Flasion says those damn stickers.
Yeah, man, I don't know. You know what? I'm going to throw another one up here at some point today when we pull the board out, which is actually going to be incredibly soon because we just finished all of the switches.
Woo. Jessup says, for what it's worth, I trust the channel. Thank you, Jessup.
Thanks, Jessup.
Mac Newton says, sponsors are good. Like, this stream is sponsored by vendor A, vendor B, vendor C, like Clack. Just don't like the streams where it's not clear what the relationship is. It doesn't seem objective. That's fair.
Yeah, so, and that's the part that I've had the hardest time with, right? I see that other streams are able to grow faster, partially just because of their awesome content, but also because of things like subathons, giveaways, the relationship they have with some vendors that have a great platform to announce things on, whether it be their Discord or their whatever, right?
So
I would really appreciate.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I would really appreciate taking advantage of that, but I'm only willing to do it on terms that are acceptable to me and that feel genuine and productive for you guys as well. Because ultimately, I'm gonna give you guys like a little secret thing. I do take money for building keyboards for people. Like, people pay me to build their boards. I appreciate that money. I use that money and it helps fuel this stream content and my own keyboard thing. Not entirely. I spend a ton of my own money on this thing, but I am not actually doing this content creation thing for the money. I am doing it because I want to engage with the community in a productive way, and I want to give you guys good feedback and information and have a great relationship with you all.
Urban Lime, it's Bang Board or Bang Build. Sorry. So Monster Leg says, get that Amazon affiliate stuff done for your kit recommendations. Agreed. Gotta get those done.
That is some big brain stuff that I should be doing that I'm not.
Yes.
Because that's just like free money. It's not a lot, but it's free passive income, and you all use Amazon anyway. And you all use Amazon anyway.
True. And Penguin Dropping says, it gets tricky. I've done sponsorships for the big boys like Logitech and Cooler Master from years ago. I had to bow out from my friends partners on a specific tech channel because it was compromising my ideology. However, it was not my full-time job in comparison to them. Which sure. I think that does throw things into a little bit of a different light. If this was your full-time job,
which it is not,
YouTube was your full-time job, but this isn't. I mean, you have a day job that is different.
And I like my day job.
That kind of gives you, I think in a way that gives you a little bit more freedom to not seek out sponsorships unless you had a really good reason to or wanted to, or for the previously stated reasons that you have. I actually
think that the people right in the middle are the ones that are the least likely, or are the most likely to really want the sponsorship. The people who are really big, Nathan Kim, kind of apiary now. I mean, she's definitely worthy of being gigantic, and her following has grown so much.
So, Urban Line, the board that was, you're talking the board that had camping screen for a minute?
Wait, what?
Somebody's asking a question about the other board that was in front of you.
Oh, what was it?
So that was the Baka, right? The Baka 60? Or the 10 keyless?
No. The 10 keyless was not the Baka 60. Baka 60 is sitting over there. That camping board is the TX84. The first one.
Sorry, they both have camping on them, so I get confused.
I know. What a scummy dude buys up 2 sets of camping. Yeah. So this is TX84 V1. Yeah, so like there are some people who are like doing this as their full-time income, and I think while they should definitely be taking advantage of sponsorships and it has helped them get to where they are, especially like Nathan probably, and maybe Apiary is getting there, though I don't really know her financial situation, or his for that matter. Probably because they've grown so much, could at some point afford to not, but I think it would kind of stunt their growth a little bit, and I think that it just makes good financial sense for them probably to do it. I agree with what you're saying is effectively what I'm saying.
Penguin Trapping says, a scummy friend who will give me one of their camping. At some point, maybe that's what you should do, is get another set of camping and have it like do a giveaway.
Yeah, if I was willing to spend like $400 on a giveaway. Remember what I said about me not having sponsors?
Yeah. So Jessup, I think you like hearing me read things. Hang on. So Jessup says, the problem I have with sponsors is it's a bit like a marriage. You need to be faithful. So let's say you get a switch from sponsor A. That's terrible, and a switch from sponsor B, that's great. Sponsor A gives you $1,000 a month, and sponsor B gives you $2 a month. Do you say on stream that switch A is okay and downplay how bad it is? Or do you say, honestly, switch A is really losing $1,000 a month? I think that, from my perspective, I think that any sponsorship deal anybody ever, you need to be very clear and like have that probably in writing, that I'm going to still give my honest opinion about your products, whether or not you are sponsoring me.
I'm gonna make sure this part's really clear. I actually believe that all of the streamers that I know, that I have met, are not shilling for the sponsors. What I mean is I think they are giving their honest opinion, because I've heard some of them say some pretty trash things about some of the switches, some of the boards, some of the things that are out there. But I do think there are occasions where they probably don't slam those vendors directly, but I also am not usually slamming vendors directly. So I'm not sure that it's a lot different in terms of the actions. It's more the perception.
Penguin says, so far most of them are very vocal.
Apparently a shill.
This board sounds like poo-poo doo-doo.
Apparently I'm a shill.
You're a very shilly person. Shilly guy.
So this was made by this dude. Wow, sellout, right? Thanks, Shocks.
Ketopian. I like that name.
This is the guy's site who made this board. Is that a math problem in chat?
I'm lost. It's a word problem. Oh noes.
Oh no.
Good thing you're the math person, not me.
This board sounds like poo-poo doo-doo. I don't believe that's probably true. So
I think the other thing too is like, even if you are being sponsored, what the monetary compensation for a sponsor 1 or 2 A or B is, like, if they make a crappy product, don't sugarcoat it. Say it's crappy.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to help anybody, like, and it's going to undermine your own reputation if you promote something that's garbage.
Yeah, so this is the thing I kind of dislike about this community. If someone wants to expand from their typical follows, they are a sellout. Yeah, and I don't think they necessarily are.
Shocks,
I think if
I'm
this
gonna
is a
say
business,
he was joking, because I know Shocks, we talk outside of this, and he is definitely.
Yeah, he was. So yeah, he's definitely just giving me shit. Because he and I have had words about. So basically, there is somebody that called me a shill. I went into a Discord for a popular enough other venue, and I was like, hey, there's like some streamers or whatever that get auto announces from your bot on whatever. Is there any way that I can get that? Like, I make content. And then the runner of that thing reached out to me and was like, saw where I built my salamander using the H87A proto PCB, where I put Heine's sticker on top of the PCB. So this stream started with the PCB sitting there and a sticker on top of it, right? He hadn't even released the H87 Alps yet to the public. So it was like, hey, he let me use this thing. And I was like, hey, what a nice dude. Thank you so much. And I was like, I should give him some props for it, right? So I put that up there. And basically he was like, nah, I mean, it's just like shilled content or whatever. Like, obviously it's a sponsorship deal, and there was no sponsorship deal. Heine didn't ask for anything. He and I discussed a bunch of Alp stuff, and he was like, I'm gonna send you the proto one, test it out, check it out for me if you don't mind. And I was like, psh, PCB, which by the way I paid for. I paid him the money for the board.
Yeah, I don't think it's shilling if you get paid
test
for
it out. I paid for the item.
Or you pay for it.
Just like my HPCP proto, right? Yes, I got to get in on a prototype version of it, but I paid money for it. And I paid more, by the way, for that board than you guys probably had to pay for this board, because it was a very low rate production, right? A couple of them were made.
So we've got some more comments and questions. 20 was here says, as soon as you make money, you will always be accused of shilling, especially if you get too soft on everything and be apologetic on too much stuff and always go for the preference excuse.
Yeah, so here's the deal. There's no secrets here. Heine and I are cool. I've talked to him a bunch. We have a decent relationship. If you watched my last stream, then you saw I showed off a box, like just a box. And I was like, Heine had this thing drop shipped to me from China. It's something that I'm going to test out for him. And I reached out to my community and I was like, anybody that's got a Jane who wants to do a cool project should hit me up.
Right.
And then one of you awesome viewers, not naming names, reached back out to me and was like, hey, I've got a Jane. And then I was like, hey, this is what it is. This is what I'm trying to do. Are you interested? You know, because I don't have a Jane and I need one to test this thing well.
So let me get back to chat. Mac Meaton says, I recently purchased Heine's personal build Singa V3 from him on Market. It's the best I can't read apparently today. It's the best keyboard I currently own. 20 was here says, but there's a good middle of the road as many people. Yes.
As many what? Sorry, you cut out.
Good middle of the road as many people have shown over the years. I believe that is true. Barker Jian says,
absolutely.
Thoughts on KBD fans Maja keyboard?
Maja. Post a link. I will look at it. I will show it on stream and we will talk about it.
Penguin Dropping says shilled content.
Yeah.
Quotes.
People confuse enthusiasm with shilling, and she's absolutely
and I think
unequivocally correct.
Shock says, I think the person who accused you of shilling was not worth.
Was what?
100% agree. Shock said, I think the person who accused you of shilling was probably not, and I would.
You're cutting a little in and out. Get closer to your mic, please.
Hang on.
But I agree with what Shock's had to say. Not worth my time. You're probably right, man. In the long run, you're right. Penguin Dropping says, when Josh goes, let me tell you something about NordVPN. That's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen.
Ketopian says, if there's a statue of you somewhere, I believe that we now have justification to topple it.
Thank you, Ketopian.
So Boutsy's asking, do I get Zenith or nah?
Post links, man. I'm gonna follow both of these links right now. Post Zenith.
Mac Meaton.
Post Zenith links.
Thank you for that lovely link to KBD fans.
Yep, that's the Vulcan.
Oh, it's Maja mechanical keyboard.
Yep. I do know Zenith, but post, please. All right, don't. I'll look it up.
Damn. So. You know Zenith, you didn't like it.
Because I want to show it on stream. It's fine. I got it. I already got it.
Thank you, friends.
Thank you, though. I do appreciate it. But have you heard about Jesus, dude, Shocks. Oh my God, I get so much.
Oh man.
I wanna tell you guys a story. I actually get messages from that exact thing saying, hey, would you please, like, I don't even know how much I'm allowed to reveal about Twitch and like sponsorship deals that they send out, but there's something related to that I have gotten messages about, and I'm like, nah, no thanks, buddy. Don't mention. Yeah, I'm not going to mention too much. But either way, that is a thing. Yeah, I'm not going to mention more than that. It's just, I've seen that thing before. But Zenith is so nice. So, okay, so here we go. Here we go. This is my thoughts. I'm going to start with Vulcan. Start with Vulcan, right? I actually really like Vulcan. I don't love the rounded edges, and I feel like it'll be really hard to get a good wrist rest with it, especially with that broken angle right there. Here, if we zoom in, I don't know if you guys can see the bevel. It's a bevel. It's not a what's it called? Oh man, what's it called when it's rounded over? Man, my brain is totally farting. Either way, it's a bevel, right? So it's just a straight angle.
Chamfer?
Yeah, that's a chamfer. Thank you. That is a chamfer. So this is a chamfer, and I think it'll be really hard to get a great wrist rest with. Plus, the angle isn't common to other boards that we see in an Alice-esque layout. And I haven't seen them offering a wrist rest for it. So I think that there's some downsides to this board. I think that I like the fact that because you already have this arrow cluster here. I think I like, one, that it has arrows. Two, that it has these extra switches on that side.
Dude, the German has to tell you the English word, time to go to bed. Nap time.
Chamfer. Sorry, I know chamfering. I just wasn't thinking about it. Anyway.
Just brain deleted it.
So that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't really love hot swap boards, which I'm pretty sure this one is hot swap. Is it both? Yeah, it's either. So I wouldn't go with hot swap no matter what. But yeah, so kind of my thoughts on it. Like, it's going to be high quality. It's going to be decent quality at least. I like that it has a weight. The bottom, I actually like the angles under there that it kind of looks like. It's kind of cool. I'm not a giant fan of ergonomic keyboards in general. I think Alice is a cool board because Alice looks really cool and it was unique and it's nice. I think that Rukia is really cool. I think that this is going to be cool, but I don't love the layouts. I also got in on LZ Physics, so that's where I am with it. On to Zenith.
Ooh, all right. Bread delivering time.
So yay. Zenith, bread delivering. Nom 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 nom. So Zenith, I mean, it's a 65. It's a 65 with a macro layout. I have J01 over here, similar kind of thing, although a little bigger and pretty cool. I would not compare this to J01 because it's totally different. I think Rama quality is high, but I don't love the aesthetics of this board. I don't hate it. I just don't love the aesthetics.
So Ketopian says, I think the word chamfer is an ethnic slur against bevels. I'm reporting you.
An ethnic slur against something that is not an ethnicity. Raj, I'm just messing with you.
So Mac means lots of ego boards coming. Sagittarius Type K, the one from Prime in AIO. That's kind of announced. Gunmachi says, have you seen Gox K-Type?
Yeah, so I mean, it's not K-Type, it's Type K, I think, right?
Well, yeah, whatever. I mean, it was
relying on autocomplete on a browser that I don't usually use. Prime KB.
God, now I want bread.
Do they have it on their actual site? I thought they did. In development, maybe. Send links, please, and then we will talk about it. I really like when there's links because I've looked at a lot of stuff and then I forget names or whatever. I really like having the link and being able to show you guys on screen and talk about specifics that I like or don't. Thank you. I appreciate that, Gundam Cheese.
Thank you.
Boom. So the Type K, I love that the angle is tented a little bit. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's actually more ergonomic than the split part of it. It's very Microsoft Naturals.
Thank you for the follow.
I think so. Personally, for me, it's overplayed, right? In general, the Alice type layout, but I love this bottom where you get some shine through if you want it. I think it's classy when you have a little bit of glow potential, which I think is the point here, right? It's not the point.
Airplane.
I thought it was the point of this board, was that you could have some glow. Maybe I'm wrong. I like the I like the F-117, like the stealth fighter or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Kind of look to it.
Reminded me of.
Like, I think that's cool. I like this little indicator area here. I think that's way nicer than what happens on the actual Alice. Like, I love the little slit.
Pixel says, every time I look at Sagittarius,
every time you look at Sagittarius. Yep, I'll open Sagittarius. Yeah, so here's how I feel about Sagittarius. I see this rounded curve here, and I'm like, that's cool on the top. But then I see this on the bottom, and I'm like, how am I ever gonna have a wrist rest? The wrist rest would have to stop here and here. Like, you're not gonna make a wrist rest that partially curves upward, right? And has a sharp edge. It's very spread apart, and I use the extra key switch that's here and here on Alice layout. I like that this is more curved instead of like step angled, like, well, whatever. So like on Alice layout, right, it steps down and then it goes at a V, and I like that this is curved a little more. I think it's probably less good for typing in terms of accuracy, but it looks cool and it's interesting. The end. That's how I feel about it. I don't dislike it in any way, though.
Thank you for coming to his TED Talk.
I like that it supports rotary encoders. Is it a lot more? Well, I'm willing to have my opinion changed on it. Absolutely. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is, right, we're gonna keep this top piece. We're gonna lose the bottom piece for now. It's not that important for now. So get out of here. The reason we're going to keep the top piece is because we need to test the PCB. And the way we're going to accomplish that, right, is we're going to plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in. So we're going to snap that guy in, I think. It does go that way, right? No, it goes this way. Glad that I looked at that twice. Okay, so we're gonna snap it in. Right, it's in, cool. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna plug this in. I just want to see the, actually, you know what? I don't need this for now. I was gonna test the indicators, but you know what? We don't have a replacement daughter board. So whether it works or not, it is what it is. And it's a daughter board, so it could be replaced pretty quick. Yes, the IC reads like research paper, sure. But a lot of things seem that way, and then until the rubber hits the road, you never know. I want to, but I just don't. Okay, so HBCP, note that it has its reset button on the top, which is kind of cool. What we're gonna do is we're gonna pull up, I'm gonna make sure that this thing has VIA. It does. I can pop up VIA configurator, show you guys. So it sees that we have an HBCP plugged in, which is great. I don't need to flash it with a new firmware. Thank you, Heine, for including that on here. This is not a personal build. I do have an HBCP prototype from a long time ago, and I have a purple polycarbonate one that I'll be building that is mine. Okay, so we are going to pull up a little switch hittery goodness, and we're going to test this bad boy out. Or girl, whatever. Boom. Just making sure we had a 104 layout up. Okay. And I love that Heine's PCB design looks pretty clean, but is also super functional. We don't get those weird problems with some less awesome board manufacturers where, you know, you have a, what's it called? You have a like malfunction or continuity just because you touch. What were you gonna say, TSC?
Oh, I was gonna say I had to fix some mic settings, so sorry I wasn't paying attention. How far did you get into chat?
I haven't read. Oh, I read Bouncy Chillip saying it's a lot more ergonomic.
Did you look at Omar Pixel?
Yes, apparently has a lot of research that went into it. Gondo linked like a dozen scientific papers. That's cool.
Looks like a Batman belt buckle from Beef Supreme.
It kind of does. Yes, I see. I didn't read Teal Rice's comment. How do you feel about silent alpacas? I don't. Silent switches just aren't that good, my opinion. But TSC has a different opinion.
Zoo says, ZTW says the wrist rest could potentially be wider than the board and have a top edge that matches the bottom row's top? Question mark. Mac Mutant says Upas is redefining the design to be more curved, like around the bottom. I see he's like a research paper. You read that. Jessup asks, is this a personal build? Is this board yours? No, it is. This is a customer board. Gundam says purple polycarb HBCP.
Yeah.
The O face. Looking forward to that purple HBCP build. Beautiful. Penguin Dropping says, I'm sorry I distracted her. You did, but that's okay because we fixed some issues with my mic and my levels.
No, it's all good. I appreciate it.
Bouncy says, I want an 1800 board with MX Silence. Perfect work board. Yarp. Agreed.
You want a what?
An 1800 board with MX Silence.
Okay, fair. So
Captain Ladies Man says wrecked 1800, $300.
Yep, and that was a great price for what it is. So here's my thoughts on silent switches for real though. I think that silent switches are totally viable if you need silence, like you're in a workplace or you do audio work or whatever and you need that. But I think they're only a functional benefit. I don't think there's any I don't think truthfully there's any value to them outside of that. Like, I don't think they sound good. I don't think they feel as good. I don't think they are functionally as great, with the exception of the sound. If you need silence, that's what they're useful for.
I really like silence keys. I just do.
But you do a lot of audio work.
I do a lot of audio work. I do the editing for Cal and Opes. I actually do voiceovers for my job.
And you don't have a silent keyboard right now, which we could hear a second ago, and we're not mad about it. I'm just saying, like, it will help. I mean, we like all of the people in the chat. It's not a problem. It just is what it is. So let me.
So Bouncy says, I'm proud of myself. Josh knows I was in the market for a Rect, but I resisted because I'm an adult that makes smart financial decisions. Mackin says, never tried silent switches. The sound is a big part of the job for me with mechanical keyboards. Okay.
So that is a function layer.
Silent switches sound like, from Captain Ladies Man, silent switches sound like shit, but serve its purpose. It won't annoy your coworkers.
That is not. So this one isn't. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, I agree.
Quiet for work though. Penguin says, I love using my Holy Panda board and annoying everyone. Matt Newton also work from home, so maybe never need silent switches. And Penguin Droppings just says aggressive typing. Tappy, tappy, tappy. Yeah, I mean, for myself, I wouldn't mind that much. I like silent switches, the end, but I also, I need it from a job. And even if I am working from home, I'm still doing voiceover recording.
Okay.
So
I have a serious question. Customer, if you are in chat, let's talk layout, buddy. Let's talk layout, because I'm trying to look through our thing and you didn't give an image to what you want. Hit me up on I'm trying to look for layout information from customer.
Excuse me.
If you don't send layout information, we'll just be using the same layout I have on mine, and then you can let me know if you want it different. All ISO keys all day. Well, before we do that, I'll actually look at what stabilizers you sent, because you might not have sent enough, right, for me to do anything other than something specific technically. I don't think we talked about 6.25 versus 7 U bottom. Yeah, we didn't. But you sent, yeah, so we have enough to do whatever, pretty much. Right. So we need 4 for the main part and then 2 for the side. So we need 6 stabilizers, or 5, sorry. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're gonna do, unless you jump in, definitely send it to me over the Discord link if you're gonna send it.
Unicorn says yes, purple TSC. Nice. They are very tactile though, therefore still fine after I lube them with 205 grade 0. Ketopian says TSC, you said voiceovers for Kalanopes. You mean the blue-eyed soul rockers from the 1980s? So that's you in the background on Sarah Smile and she's gone. No, that does not mean. I said Cal and Opes. That's our other channel on YouTube, where we talk about keyboard related stuff with our other friend Langolandia.
Hold one.
And I will post a link for you.
Okay. If you think you're comfortable with that, okay.
Oh yeah, you meant the purple trash bin.
So
yes.
This customer actually said he's heard from people that the 625 cut on the plate isn't big enough and it needs filing. If you think you're comfortable with that, I know I'm not scared because damaged plate. I can send a 6.25U stab, but I can use the 7U bottom row as well. So, I mean, the 625 is totally doable. But I need to look at it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Mac Mutant. Yeah, no. Kalanopes is our YouTube channel. It is not on Twitch. That's our we're trying to do more produced content. Okay. Where Jeff and Josh kind of just sit down and just like pick a topic and discuss it. We've got a whole bunch of stuff recorded that I still need to edit and get up on YouTube, but I'm sorry, I've been lagging on that a little bit. But yeah, no, it's a YouTube channel, not a Twitch stream.
Yerp. And it's great. So it says that this is not big enough, but honestly, it looks, oh, I see what it is. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do is we're going to lube these. And if we need to change the wire out to a 7U, we will. If we need to file that, we might do that too. But it's not fundamentally that crazy, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kitamet F789, thank you for the follow.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Shocks. Do you guys think you'll ever talk about other kinds of melons or fruit, or just cantaloupes? What just happened?
Wow, Shocks. That was a wow.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We welcome all kinds of fruit on our YouTube channel. A cornucopia. Let's see, where was I? Macking says thanks for clarifying. Was looking for Kalanopes on Twitch. Okay, I already read that. Definitely will check us out. Thank you for checking that out. Unicorn says I'm curious about trying out linears in the hot docks, so I think I will get into the GB for about 80 of the silent alpacas. Jessup asks, why do you need to file the plate? I've seen you do it on stream before. Is it a manufacturing fault or a design flaw?
I don't know if it's a manufacturing or a design thing, so I can't actually answer that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know if it was a design thing or if it was the menu didn't cut it correctly or what the deal is. But it should be pretty minimal if it's that at all. And 6.25 should be real straightforward to cut out because it actually looks like it's fine. We'll go over it though. So what we'll do is we'll get all the stabs lubed and then we'll get them on this PCB. Then we'll try and fit the plate on there and we'll see where the interference is and we'll literally just take a file to it. But I believe what's going on here is if you look at this cutout window for the 625U stab, the 7U1 goes over here and the 625U1 goes here. This goes down further than this. And that's probably what the issue is. There probably needs to be a little flat spot filed out that makes that window a little taller right there. I have a feeling that's what's going on, but we'll find out. Stay tuned. We will see. This will be a fun build if that's the case. But we have the tools and it's really simple to do, and I'll show you guys how to do it, which means I'm happy that I'm doing it on my stream because, you know, you'll get the benefit from knowing how it works. And it's brass, so it's pretty soft, so it'll file fairly quickly with the right file. Okay, so we'll lube these up real quick. These are clear, so we are gonna do our little microvision. I know that that makes some of you guys super happy.
I don't know who you'd possibly be talking about.
I don't know. Is it TSC? So we'll take some 205 grade 0. I'm not flexing the giant tub of 205 because customer provided lube that they want to use for this one. Microscope time.
Microvision.
Yar. So, oh, you know what? We need to undo these first.
Niv 180, who would you like to say microvision?
Who would I like to say it? What do you mean?
I'm asking them. Because they said say microvision again. Or microvision again.
Oh, I think they're talking about you.
Oh, not me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the way you said it, you like sang it a little bit. It was probably what they're talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. I'm not offended. I have a voice for radio.
You're not offended
for
by my
speaking.
Occasional
not for
bursting
singing.
into song. Nobody can catch your enthusiasm. It's so fast.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with what?
Entertain me. Entertain me.
Be entertained.
No. I think what they're talking about is microvision.
Oh.
Yeah.
Microvision. That?
Yeah, that. Thanks, Penguin Droppings.
Oh, I have a link to our Instagram if you guys are interested in seeing it. We don't have a lot on there, like literally 3 posts, but...
Oh, on the Kalanopes?
Yeah.
So while you're at that, you should also go on over to my
voice
socials.
Of a smooth jazz radio host.
Thank you. I think you're talking about me.
Yeah, I think he was.
I don't really think of TSC's voice as smooth jazz radio host.
No, my voice isn't smooth jazz. Mine is more like interview on NPR.
Oh.
Or Siri or something. I have been accused of being a robot before.
A robot?
For clarification, I am not a robot.
Not a robot.
I'm real.
Yeah.
I am not an advanced AI reading the chat.
Man, I am the best programmer in the world if that's the case. If I can fool you all.
What's the weather? Shitty.
Not what I expected.
Hot and humid here.
Yeah.
You ask me what the weather is, you're gonna get what the forecast.
Namelf, thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate that.
Thank you for this.
Which reminds me, anybody who's not already subbed, consider going somewhere around this area, above or below, and hitting that
Sorry,
follow or
was-
hitting that sub button and staying in touch. Turn those notifications
That was
on. You'll
less
see
than
when we go live.
family-friendly. Sorry if I have offended anybody with my words.
Also, go on over to those socials. Do that sub there too. We appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much, Namelf.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I got a little bee emote, a beamote.
Oh, is it a Beamote?
I got a beamote, yeah.
Makes me think of BMO.
I know.
Not
That's
gonna
one
lie.
of my favorite. That is one of my favorite Teemo skins on
Yeah.
League.
I mean, I still like the bunny one.
The bunny one is cute.
These
'cause he
people are like,
poos out
what the
little
hell?
eggs.
You guys are gamers. Psh, getting
Yeah,
out of
we're
here.
nerds. But like the Beamo one is so freaking cute. He's got little like knit gloves on, and
It's cool.
it's just
I like it.
adorable.
All right, boys and girls. So we're gonna snag a little bit of this lube up. This is the applicator that we use to do the tub lubing, and then we're going to. Oh, here, let me get my hand out of the way. Hold on.
I feel like you should make that full screen for a minute for people to see.
Okay, but you're gonna have to hold on. Let me make them not sick.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes, like, if the microscope is full screen, and there's a lot of stuff getting moved around, it can cause people to have vertigo, especially me.
Oh, there's a little hair under there. I'm gonna pull that off.
And you wouldn't normally see that without the microscope.
So we're lubing our stabs. We're smearing that lube all around.
This was the view that Penguin Droppings family questioned, I believe.
She was like, whoa, that is lewd.
Yep. Some lewd lube going on here.
Lewd.
The infamous view, yes. We should call this Penguin
All right.
Vision.
So
This
this
very
is,
specific view.
things are going to move just a tiny little bit. I'll try and rotate it slowly so it doesn't. So that's how we lube. There's a little bit of heaviness right in this one corner down here.
Bow, bow, bow.
Yeah, maybe not. All right.
Is it supposed to have like a glob over there on the left?
You mean like right on the bottom?
Yeah.
There's no real way to get that off effectively without putting too much more on there. It's not a problem. It's not very
You're not
much.
gonna- okay.
We are very zoomed in.
I mean,
we are
very
zoomed in. Not sure if I appreciate my 11-year-old. Sorry. Okay. On that note,
She mostly watches Josh and Apiary.
on that note, we'll go back over to here. Because feels bad, man. Okay.
Tinfoil, thanks for stopping by, friend. It's great to
Thank you, Tinfoil.
for you to check in. Hope to see you again soon, buddy.
So that's our that's how we lube that one, right? And now we've kind of done that. So now we'll lube the insert that goes in there, and we'll show that off as per usual one time. And I'll lube one wire and do that whole deal, and then we'll move on, right? So in this case, tiny little hair. It's stuck on the tweezer itself, so I'm just gonna leave it. So if you look right here, right, we're gonna go in this bottom hole, and we're gonna lube that whole channel there. This top one doesn't matter, it's inconsequential. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go just like this.
Squish.
And if you look, right,
Wish I had
There's-
sound effects.
there's now still a gap in there, and we've lubed that whole thing. We could clean that
Oh,
bottom
I got a
off
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ooh. Danibus asks, any guesses on the lead time for the black polycarb KBD 67? I missed out on the in-stock units this morning.
The lead time, man, for like the extras or for new ones, I would never venture a guess on KBD fans stuff right now. I'm sorry, man. That sucks, and that's a cop-out answer. But before they run another round, it'll probably be at least 4-5 months before there are some extras or whatever in stock potentially that you can try and jump in on. It'll probably be, well, 4 or 5 months. Okay, so here we're gonna take this, the side that has the 2 holes in it, the one that we didn't lube, and then the other one goes toward the clips where the wire goes through, right? And then it goes just like that. Dang it. Helps if I don't do that.
They're doing a GB right now until the 13th, apparently.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then there you go.
And
I would
Danibus
never
is saying, I
venture.
don't know how long manufacturing would take before shipping.
Oh yeah, like 4 months.
Yeah, at least.
Like it'll be October or November before they start actually shipping out to you, and probably December by the time you get the board.
Yeah, so if you're expecting it for Christmas,
If they're just
adjust
going
expectations.
if they're just going in, no, I think you might just have it by Christmas.
Nemelf says,
There we go.
I think I may be lubing my stabs way too late after seeing this.
It totally depends. It totally depends on what you're doing, but yeah, you might. And if you have noticeable rattle sound, that's the indicator that you may be lubing them too light. It is technically possible to add more and remove some of the lube that goes in here, though it's way easier to add more even after they're in the plate soldered together with the PCB. So don't feel too bad. The way you would affect that is you would lift the insert and you would take your little applicator and you would add a little more inside that hole, inside the hole, or paint the sides of the raised insert, push it down, kind of squish it around and get all the stuff everywhere. So also the microscope does this. It's deceiving because you're so zoomed in that you see it so well. On the camera, it does not look that lubricated.
I mean, you could zoom the camera down and kind of show that.
And I'm going to.
Not just under
I'm not going to
microscope.
zoom. I'm literally just going to hold it up. Because the focusing distance on this is not
Can you
too
guys see
bad.
that?
Right? So it doesn't look crazy.
Niv, you are right. It is microscope.
Microscope?
Not microscope. See, we had a correction. It is microscope.
Micro.
And
Microscope.
microvision.
And microvision. All right.
Look
So
at stabilizer under microscope.
look at stabilizer. Boris and Natasha. All right, we're gonna take a glob here
We even have a microscope command.
under microscope. We're gonna paint the wire. We're gonna flip the wire over, make sure that it looks good. And it mostly does. Painting way up past the elbow as per usual to make sure any plastic on metal action gets covered. Okay. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna insert it in. So if you look, the wire actually goes under into the bottom hole. Okay. Is the purple thing a brush or a conical piece of plastic? So the purple thing is a it has a little cotton applicator on the end of it. It's actually a makeup applicator. They come in packages like this with a bunch of them with little cotton things on the end. I'll show you guys one that doesn't have lube all over the tip of it. You can see there are little hairs that are stuck to there. And there's all sorts of different sizes and colors and shapes of these. I have a bunch of different ones. These are just the ones that I'm using until the purple ones run out. Then I'll use different ones.
Do you ever think you would use
There's a brushes
brush?
command. I think it's brush or brushes, isn't there? Pretty sure there are.
Well, let's take a look.
All right, now we're gonna jump off of Microvision.
Link. So, question: would you ever consider using a reusable something like reusable tipped thing?
So I actually use those quite a bit, right? Like I don't replace them every time. I look at them and I'm like, is there hairs in here? Is it gross? Has there been dust or something like that? So every time I do a whole board, including all of the switches, all of the stabs, sometimes I replace it. Sometimes it goes 2 boards. It depends. I kind of cover it so that it doesn't go to waste because I don't want to waste them. I used to do a new one multiple times. It's not a money waste thing, it's just a plastic waste thing, so I try not to go through a ton of them.
That's where I was going with that.
Unicorn, I have some of those too, and I've used those, and I prefer these. But that's my technique, right? You may choose to do something different, and I understand.
But as far as like those applicator tips, you could probably get one that is reusable. The problem with some of those foam ones is they will degrade over time. One of my other main hobbies is, aside from soap, is makeup, and I normally go with brushes on those too. Like I used to use long time ago the foam tip applicators like those, and they just degrade. Here's the real
deal. These would actually be fine if they were a little more sturdy and I could wash them. The problem is the grease that we use and the oil is really made not to be able to be washed off. Like that is actually the point of Krytox. Like you need special solvents that are considerably more expensive. And by considerably more expensive, I mean an order of magnitude more expensive than the lube.
Right, like you're not necessarily going to get it off with Dawn, right?
Oh,
like
no, definitely not. It's made to be resistant to that sort of thing.
Right. So, and Unicorn
it's
says
even made to be.
Want
yeah, go ahead.
Foam to crumble into the. You wouldn't want little pieces of foam degrading into the actual
switch. The stabilizer wouldn't probably be as big of a deal, but the stab definitely would be.
Right.
Or sorry, the switch definitely would be.
Right. But so yeah, you would want to change it out. And I mean, there's a trade-off too. If you're using a brush, if it's not synthetic hair, or even if it is synthetic,
if a hair
gets in there, that could be a problem too.
It could be. It could definitely be. I mean, it's probably not that big of a deal in the stab, to be frank. They probably happen. Like hairs are going to get in there when you're using them anyway, because your keyboard is going to get gross if you don't clean it regularly. And even if you do, little tiny body hairs or whatever will eventually make their way in there, whether you like it or not, regardless of how clean you are.
I need to step away for a second. I will be right back.
Okay, go ahead. When you get back, I need to step away for a second and go grab a flavored water. Yeah, so Unicorn, I just would avoid that kind of thing simply for that. I hate wasting stuff, but I try and minimize that as much as possible by literally like putting something plastic over this to cover it from getting dust when we're not using them, so that I can get them to last, you know, a board, 2 boards. Well, they always last at least 1, but 2 boards, maybe even 3. It depends. Like I just inspect it before I start my stream. It's one of the things I take a look at and I'm like, do I need a new one of these before I lube any switches? Same deal. I mean, them's just the brakes, right? Yes, but you'd see that. Then again, I haven't lubed tons of switches so far, just about 3 boards worth. I've done a lot, a lot of switch lubing. I go through 2 a week, and 75% of my customers, you know, want me to lube switches for them. maybe not quite that high, but pretty close. Actually, I would say the last year especially, it's actually probably definitely jumped up to like 75%. Like for sure. It's slowly increased, and it's going up even. Like, people really want their stuff lubed, and they want it lubed by somebody who does it more often than not. I have no problems with them doing it themselves, though. In fact, I prefer it. Switch lubing is the least favorite part of the process for me. I find it fairly tedious and unrewarding. It's so procedural at this point. It's not like I'm learning new things for the most part. It's just like I'm doing it to get it done. And it's not exciting. I don't do it for the most part on stream because I don't think it's exciting for you guys. I don't think it's very engaging content. So, you know, I just don't do it most of the time. We did a little bit of it on this. We didn't do the lubing part. I also tub lube, so shaking the tub around makes quite a lot of rattle, like, and sound, like more than desoldering gun of doom, as TSC likes to call it. 20 was here. Lubing, worst part of the hobby, repetitive and unrewarding and takes forever. Only window cleaning annoys me more. I feel you, man. I feel you. Window cleaning. Oof. Like, do you have so many windows that you find yourself spending a lot of time cleaning them? Like, I don't know. I mean, in my place, then again, I'm actually pretty bad about my windows. But I also, like, keep my house like a cave. I have some friends that have come over, and I go over to their place and they have massive windows in their house. of doom, yeah. So this is what command we have for the DSGOD. Wait, yeah, there we go. Too many small windows at my place. I have some big ones. I actually have like 16 windows in my house, which is kind of a lot, but all of them pretty much have like blackout curtains over them, which don't actually fully black it out, but my house is dark inside. Like, where I work doesn't have a lot of windows, and I am in like raised floor cooled environments sometimes for like prolonged hours. So my eyes, and I live in the desert, my eyes are pretty sensitive to light. Oof, that's kind of a lot. Let's get that off there. So for the most part, I wear sunglasses. My car's windows are tinted, even the windshield. So the windshield is not tinted enough for you to be able to notice even at night. It's really just a UV and an infrared blocking kind of thing. 70% light permissivity for anybody that cares to understand what I'm talking about. Anyway.
And we're back.
Welcome back. Hey, Ray, how you doing, man? I haven't seen you in a while.
Hi,
also,
Ray.
haven't seen you streaming in a while, man. What's going on? Miss you, friend. Are you gonna be at KeyCon whenever it is this year? Hopefully, because I would love to hang out, dude. Ray is a gentleman and a scholar.
Agreed.
Genuinely nice guy. No keyboard stuff lately. Also got back into sim racing, and that's been taking up. Oh, can you tell me more about that, dude? For real? I've actually looked at like racing simulator stuff. Like, you can buy pro setups and stuff, and I'm not willing to drop that kind of cash, but like, what's your setup like, and what's a reasonable amount of money that you can get into that kind of thing for? Because I would kind of love to like get in at a level that's like reasonable for me to play around at and get better, you know, without driving real cars that are expensive and risking crashing. etc. You have a 268.2 and an M50A coming in the future. That's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I don't know. I don't really have a desire to, you know, stream sim racing because I'm not going to be that good, but it seems pretty cool. For setups, just bought a Logitech or Thrustmaster setup. Isn't too bad. Allows you to be competitive. Okay, that seems kind of where it was at for me too. I just didn't know, like, if that was competitive enough, right? Some people have much more intricate setups.
Ray says, I've considered streaming, but I race in VR and I'm not sure about setting up overlay.
Oh, you race in VR? Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, that actually sounds really hard to do.
Fanatec is built solid. All right.
Fanatec. Post links to stuff, guys.
Yeah,
people in the stream
links.
might be actually interested. I don't know who is, but I'm sure some people are. I am. Then again, I like cars, so.
You do like cars.
I'm not the only one. I know Jay's into cars.
There's a lot of people that are into cars. It is not my big thing, but
I know. But there are men and women that are really into
oh,
cars.
totally.
It's one of those things that kind of brings people together. Like,
Sure,
oh my God,
and,
I like this
like,
thing.
Okay, so let me clarify. I enjoy watching like Grand Tour or like Top Gear.
Sure, but that's like comedy.
But that's car
Well,
comedy.
some of it's actually just genuine car
But I also appreciate
content.
an aesthetically pleasing car. Like,
Oh yeah,
you know,
I know. I do too.
or a car that's super roomy
Yeah.
and makes the go-go noises.
I have a 2008 Nissan 350Z Nismo version, like the track package version of it.
Oh, that's an adorable name for a car too, by the way.
And it needs like in the last year the paint, like, so I live in the desert, right? And there was like a sandstorm and it blew a tumbleweed over the top of the car and gouged like the paint on the roof and messed up the paint on the hood, and now it's all like literally flaking off and I need to get the car repainted. Luckily I live in a place that's super dry, so there's no like deep rust or anything like that. There's a little tiny bit of surface rust,
which is salty, rusty, and kills your car.
Yeah, so I haven't had to worry about that, but I need to get it repainted. And I'm like I don't know, I'm pretty close to doing it now. The thing is it's black right now, and it's like a really special color black that they only offered on the Nismo 350Z and on the GTR, called magnetic black. And it looks really cool when it's fresh, but there's no way I'm going to be able to get that factory paint again. And so, or not realistically. So I'm like, man, I should just have it painted different, right? So I'm considering like maybe a blue, like a metallic blue, or a charcoal or something that's a little less heat in the desert, but like still, you know, looks really kind of dark, but good, you know. And maybe something that doesn't show dirt quite as well as black, which like in the desert required a lot of car washes to keep clean. Fanatec. Okay, I'm gonna go look at those. Actually, I'm opening them. Yeah, so okay, these are expensive, but not like expensive for a race sim setup. So this is just the wheel base. I'll show you guys, right? So here's the pedal setup. So this is like $600 for a pedal setup for just the pedals. But they're nice. They're really nice, actually. And then here's the wheelbase. Now this doesn't include the wheel itself, That's important to remember, right? This is just the thing that rotary encodes the wheel effectively. Now here's a wheel.
Vanta Black versus Black 3.0.
So there's all sorts of different kinds of wheels. And those can be really pricey too. So I mean, like, but for a couple $1,000s, you're in a pretty crazy good setup. Like really good, especially if you have a chair that you can set down that's solid. You know what I mean? You don't have to get a racing chair and do that whole deal. You can just have a good chair that holds you in place. You're not going to be experiencing the G's. So here's like a really basic wheel, right? And it's $400. $400, right? But some of these other ones with more advanced stuff on them, still 4, 5,
Frank
6.
Conway, thank you for the follow.
Frank Conway, thank you so much for that follow. Seriously, appreciate that, man. Appreciate that, really do. Okay, so let me open that back up. We'll get this racing stuff off the screen. Thank you guys for those links, because I'm actually going to look into it, both of you guys. So Caldestad 1, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, man.
Thank you for the follow.
Really. This is what I use. Just clamp it to your desk, the Thrustmaster. Yeah. Thrustmaster is
that
good.
definitely does not sound like something for racing. Just gonna throw that out there.
Thrustmaster.
Yeah, Thrustmaster.
So this is going to be considerably
for
less expensive for the total setup, and I think this is more of a fantastic entry point. The difference, so I like the Thrustmaster just fine. I think though the difference is this is like a, you get this thing and this is where you're at, right, with this setup. Whereas if you start buying into all this stuff up here, if you one day want to like go into a full like wrap around thing, you can upgrade all of it into there pretty well and still have modularity. But I think where I'm at is definitely more on that low end price wise, and getting like a Thrustmaster or even like a Logitech, something else.
Pen Ice Music, welcome.
And you're gonna hit diminishing returns.
And I see what you did there.
Yeah. Pen Ice Music. I think I saw that last time. Were you on here before, Pen Ice Music? So we're taking forever to lube these stabs, and I'm so sorry, guys.
Yes, they were.
Yes, what were what? Yes, what was what? What'd you say?
On the stream, or they were in the stream before.
Yeah, I thought like
Also,
last stream.
I think it's a little funny that we have Thrustmaster and Pen Ice Music all at the same time.
Like, imagine naming yourself Thrustmaster on Twitch. Like,
I feel like that might go against terms of service, but maybe not.
not if you're in iRacing. That's what you're streaming. I mean, it's just like, nah, man, it's a brand name. It's like that'd be ridiculous.
One Lap Down says, I had a Thrustmaster for a while before I replaced everything with Fanatec. Thrustmaster is really nice. Dodo says, I'm curious how long you have been streaming. A little over a year, I want to say.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think about a year and a half.
February, maybe January or February of not this year, but last year.
Yeah.
That sounds about right for me.
Tote Moff Life says, Thrustmaster is like a hot swap NK65. The other
saw
one is
that.
like a full on key cult.
Yeah, I saw that, and that's a ridiculous and awesome statement. It kind of is.
Gundam Cheese says, sponsored by Thrustmaster. Meanwhile, Logitech is still just Logitech.
Hey man, I think there's some of that stuff is really cool. Like, some of those products are really awesome. And if you're actually a race car driver and you're using the sim to be better and be more consistent and just be a better racer, then, you know, you might want to invest in a couple $1,000s. Like, worth of gear and software and hardware, right? Because realistically, then you're talking about saving a ton of money. Like, you don't need to buy tires, fuel up the car, new maintenance as often. I'm not saying that it's a replacement. It's not a replacement. There are differences, but people definitely use those tools to get better who are professionals, especially during the Rona.
You can wreck as much as you want.
That's true too. Maybe don't. I mean, I don't think anybody's trying. Well, I shouldn't say no one's trying to. I'm sure someone is trying to wreck. But I think it's mostly not trying. That's true.
iRacing doesn't require top tier computer hardware either.
That's true. But you can use top tier computer hardware to good effect if you want to do like a VR headset, or you want to, you know, just have really great stuff. There are sims that can take advantage of high-end graphics, as far as I know, at least. Yeah, full send every lap. Yeah. You have triple screens set up. Yeah, I mean, I have triple screens set up on my desk already that are like in that. Like, I have one that faces me direct and the two wings that come off to the side. So my desk is already kind of set up to be able to do that. I think I would be more in the get a Thrustmaster, clamp it to my existing desk. This chair is super customizable, so get it and maybe put like a block behind it so it can't roll or move, and then just roll with it because it'd be fun. I think that would be kind of where I'd be at with it.
One streamer you should check out if you're interested in sim racing is Matt Malone.
Doesn't he have like didn't he have one of those? I think I know who you're talking about. Is he one of the guys who recently had like, oh, what's this UK company come out and build like a crazy setup for him? Like, I mean, I looked at the prices. I might be thinking of somebody different, but I looked at like, I thought it was him, but I could be wrong. The setup, I actually like went on the site and I like looked up the prices and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's $20,000. But I mean, they come out and they set it all up to you like a race car. You know what I mean? Like, the seat is tuned to you. It's a real racing seat. Everything is set up directly for you. The height and everything is adjusted properly. Not that you can't do all of those things yourself. You can, or with the help of one other person, but that they offer that as a service is pretty amazing. And I mean, if you're going to stream, right, there's other stuff you have to have set up there that's like pretty important too. Has a bunch of his races on YouTube. I'll have to watch it, man. I'm down.
Oh, and you found his Twitch schedule too. Cool.
Oh,
links.
Thanks, man. Followed.
Swizz. Hi, buddy. Hi, friend.
What up, Swizz? How you doing, man?
How's it going?
How you doing? Nice to see you here today, man. This fine Sunday. Hopefully you guys are all doing pretty fantastic. I love the music that we play on stream now.
Yeah, it's good music. Some good grooves.
Yeah.
Wow, Swizz, you are very enthusiastic
Even
today.
Better. Whoa. Caffeine, man. It's your friend. It's mine. I needed it this morning.
Asks, anyone have any info on those colored KP Republic stabs? Image.
Do you mean the pink ones? Do you mean the pink ones? So they're Durox, right? You can also get them on AliExpress. KP Republic shipping has been really bad the last couple months, probably because they're in China. and
Pink
they
and
don't
blue.
ship.
Swizz says, no
DHL.
caffeine, just pure testosterone, baby. Have you been lifting or something? Like, are you picking heavy things up and putting them down frequently?
It does raise your testosterone for a brief period of time after.
A skosh, a smidge.
It does. I've done reading.
So they're Durox, says Epsilon.
Yeah. Duroc, Everglide, same deal.
So Just Up asks, is there a benefit to using 205 on the stabs instead of dielectric grease? I might have asked that before on a previous stream, but would like to hear your thoughts again.
No, it's fine. My story is not changing. Yes, there's an advantage. Dielectric grease is a little thicker, which is actually going to make a little bit more viscous, which is actually going to make the amount that you use a little more to get the same effect with 205 grade 0, which is kind of unfortunate because dielectric grease is cheap, 205 grade 0 is not. Though I wouldn't call it crazy expensive either. For what it's worth, side note, really sad to see that Krailbit is not going to be selling lube like that anymore, but I think people just got shitty competitive and the margins were already way lower than you think they were on this stuff, so I don't blame him. I'm sad to see him go because he was, or at least out of that business, because he was providing us all a really good service that people kind of took for granted. Okay, moving on. Now that I've gotten on my soapbox, also really like Krailbit for what it's worth. Really nice guy. Okay, so
he was selling little tubs of 205 grade 0.
Yeah, like these.
Selling lube, and I think other ones
like
too.
These.
He was actually lubing the whole Cube community, but I think it just got.
He really was.
I think people just there was some competition on the prices. And
yeah, people were just running the price down to the point that it's like unreasonable to even do to make money. Right. In my opinion, I think. I'm not saying like free market, do what you do, right? But like, it's fairly labor intensive for how much money you actually make, I think. So, you know, F it. I don't blame him for getting out. I'm sad to see that it's happened. But anyway, RMEC. Yeah, but RMEC is UK, right? So, I mean, in not the US, yes, I think you're right. Canada, that's right, they're Canada. So now you have to pay like other shipping fees and stuff, which, granted, Canada to the US cheaper than Europe to the US sometimes. Though Canada's customs can be kind of a pain in the ass. It's probably not that big of a deal for us in America, but it might be a problem for other places. I don't know. I'm happy for RMEC though, and I'm not like hating on individuals for doing, you know, like free market economy, whatever. That's up to you. But I'm sad to see him go, and I do think that he was providing a really good service and incredible stability. He is. Yep, I agree with you, Urban Lime. Totally. It does let him work on other things though, and I am excited for that. Okay, so we're gonna try and do this 625, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna get it because customer said that's what they wanted. And even if we have to file this plate down a little bit, we're gonna make it happen for him. We have been streaming for quite a while up to this point though, for how far we've gotten in. Sorry, this stream's going a little long today, boys and girls. Try and make sure it doesn't go too long. But no apologies. Customer is gonna get what customer won't if we can make it happen. I mean, he gave us an out. He's like, you can use the 7 if you're not comfortable doing this or whatever. And I appreciate that. But let's get it the way you want, man. If you want 625, then we do 625. So we'll get this on the PCB. We'll get it all tacked down. I'm going to actually dip out for 1 sec. TSC, I'm going to have you queue up questions, chat for a second while I just go grab a water. I'm actually going to rinse my hands off too. because I got a little more lube on them than I wanted. You good with that?
I'm good with that. What would you guys like to talk about, chat?
It won't take me very long. Maybe 2 minutes. Did you migrate to the indie lights? Imagine complaining your favorite streamer is streaming longer. Couldn't be me. Thanks, Swizz. I appreciate that, man. More than you know. Seriously. Oh no, there's coffee left. BRB, boys and girls.
Okay, guys. Now that he's gone, I did make him talk more, apparently. Well, all the coffee is a little drying, so you have to offset that. Plus, being in the desert, you have to make sure you hydrate. My favorite upcoming board? Oh, man. Well, my Austin. I can't wait for that to get here. The Austin R2. Yeah, the little gator on the shot. And if you look over on the right side, behind the blue cups, there's a kiwi and there's also an olive with pimento. Yeah, I got on the Austin R2. I was very, very happy because it sold out in like almost exactly a minute. It does, Danibus. It does look nice. I'm actually very, very excited for that one. I'm not sure what key set I'm gonna put on it yet. So it's, I think 6.5 R2 is July. The color, I got the charcoal one. Josh got the, it was the burgundy one, I think. And he's back.
All right, I feel like there is information. There's like a bunch of things on this screen now that I didn't hear. TSC, you there?
Yep, I'm here. Let's see.
Ray, Gatoron, always in shot. Also, which you can't really see that well.
Yeah, I mentioned those
Some
guys.
other plushies.
Kiwi and pimento, or olive.
Oh, pimento. Over under on how long it takes NK65B2 to sell out. Oh man. I'm not taking bets on that one, man. Ooh,
so
Swizz.
Penguin Dropping says I made you talk more to the point where you need to take a water break.
That's okay. That's all right.
That's all right.
Gotta hydrate.
I gotta hydrate. Between the coffee and the desert, gotta hydrate.
And the double air conditioning. So
That'll
the
do it
temperature.
You should have a Nixie clock in the back that tells us what your temperature on your AC is at all times.
So I have this clock, but the problem is the clock generates a little bit of heat and the temperature is always wrong. So I need a better way of doing that, but it's 64 degrees in here. And I live in the desert and it's the summer. It was 100 degrees yesterday. I don't know. Well, it was 101 outside. I don't know what the temperature is now, but it's 64 Fahrenheit in here. Which, what is that, like 17? See? 16? Something like that. It's beautiful.
Danibus says I've seen a lot of people excited about the entry edition for the Think 6.5 R2.
So Swizz, I wanted to hit you up on that.
Or
Think 65 round 2 in PC or not. I like the Think 65 both in PC and not in PC. If you want a PC board though, I think it's a good choice. The entry will be solid option for starting in the hobby. Agreed, man. One lap down, 30 seconds, maybe getting one aluminum and one PC isn't in the cards for you then. Probably not, man, but try. I got an Austin R2, and Penguin Droppings was asking, wait, you got an Austin? She did.
Yeah, because
She did.
I did. I'm very excited.
I'm happy for her. It's gonna be awesome because
Well,
you
you got
like
one
that
too.
full size. Well, I
do.
have an Austin on that desk now.
Right, but you got another
Shocks
color.
finally gave me my Austin back. So I have a
Nice.
gray one, which I bought B stock, even though I'm fairly certain that is not a B stock board. There were a couple extras that got sold in the B stock lots that were in fact not B stock. And I looked at this, and I even talked to Drifting Bunnies, and he's like, I think you got one of the not, like, he didn't do it on purpose, but he's like, I think you did get one of the A stock ones that was just an extra.
Laguber, welcome.
Yeah, I won an Austin giveaway. Shocks gave me my board back. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
With the key set that it came with.
Yeah, it has DSA Scientific on it. It's a beautiful board. You're worried about the NK's website on release since you saw some people have a lot of issues with milkshake extras.
Has anyone seen Verge by AO3?
Yeah, but post links. Always post links,
Yes,
man.
please post links.
Laguber, what is this godly voice? I presume you're not saying me because I'm also on video. You must mean my awesome mod. My awesome mod. Go ahead, introduce yourself. Sorry.
It's me, Tiny Shiny Chrome. I am the mod. on
Disembodied mod
on
voice.
microphone. I am the disembodied voice in the stream.
Yep. Siri, what's the weather outside?
Unknown. Hot.
Okay, Google, what's the weather outside?
Currently in California City, it's 83 degrees and sunny.
Oh, it's only 83 out.
It'll be cloudy with a
Oh, wow.
forecasted high of 86.
It's probably not as humid as it is here, though.
That's crazy cool. You must have an Arctic front rolling in. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
This Saharan dust storm.
No, I'm not
coming.
joking. 86 is like unheard of for basically July. Thank you, Alexa. Yeah, I'm a Google Home kind of house, but that's okay.
She's in my head. It's crazy.
That's crazy. Okay, so we're gonna get these on, and then we're gonna.
Here it is 82 with 44% humidity.
Oh
if you
yeah,
were wondering.
it's definitely not humid, but the house has central air, and I'm air conditioning in just this area separately. So there's like 2 air conditioners, so it's even drier than just the desert. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Sis says, after getting my Polaris, I'm 100% joining in on the Verge.
Do it. If that's your jam, do it.
007. That's a really cute name. Hello.
What is it? Bublo 7. Okay, got it. That is a cool name. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10,
Doing
12.
pretty well, thank you. I need this voice for my GPS, apparently.
So
That's not the first
for
time
what
that
it's
somebody
worth-
said that to me.
for what it's worth, does do professional voiceover work.
Yes.
So that's a thing.
Yes, I do.
Didn't I get lucky? Got an awesome mod who does voiceover work. Psh, easy clap. Everybody gonna like this stream. Okay. There we go.
It's been a lot of fun. People's just typing things in for me to read.
All right, guys, don't abuse my mod.
Yeah, don't abuse that though, because there are things I will not read. Trying to keep. It is, the stream is marked not safe for work, but we're still trying to keep it somewhat family friendly.
I mean, I know that Penguin Droppings has chitlins that watch in on this sometimes around where she's at. So I don't want to like, you know.
We don't want to traumatize the children.
Yeah. Hide your kids, hide your wives, hide your husbands too. No? Guess
Hide
so.
your everyone. Just hide.
All right. So here we go, boys and girls. Phew. This is going to be the hard part. Actually, it's not going to be that hard.
Here we go.
It's not going to be that hard. Shucks.
It's
It's an old meme, but it checks out. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was
Not
like,
safe for work, but safe for families.
fair. I mean, it depends on your family, right? Like,
Also, Buffalo asked, how are you? How are we? How are things? I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I have no significant complaints about today. It's pretty fantastic.
Oh, that's good. It also depends on your work.
It does.
That's true. It depends on what type of work you do. Because some types of work are not safe for other types of work.
That is true. My work is not safe for work. It's just a ridiculous thing. It just sounded ridiculous, even though it's absolutely true.
It is.
Like maybe you work in an industry where things that are made in that industry are definitely not safe for work.
Niv says, what about insignificant complaints? Chat, everyone, do you guys have any insignificant complaints?
And if they're insignificant,
you like
why are they
to-
being voiced?
Would you like to complain about things?
But feel free. Ish. Ish.
This is
should
the
say
airing
ish.
of grievances in almost July.
Yeah, my only complaints ever really are that it's too hot.
Penguin Droppings has a complaint. One
Oh.
lap down is kind of hungry. Fair. I am kind of too. I need lunch.
Oh, dude, go get the foods.
Penguin says, why does he have 3 sets of GMK camping?
I have 2 sets. The only thing I ordered from round 2, by the way, was space bars because I don't have space bars.
Dodo says, insignificant complaint, my life. Oh.
Dodo, sorry, man. I hope not. Question/complaint?
Aw.
Big oof.
Sending
Oh,
hugs. Penguin says, question/complaint. Haha, big oof.
yeah, sorry, man. That's sad. Sad Panda is sad.
Oh, boo.
Yep. Sad Panda is not Trash Panda, though.
Is not Trash Panda. Trash Pandas are nummy and adorable.
And assholes. Sometimes.
Oh, yes, that too. Sometimes they can be absolute assholes, especially when they're going after your garbage.
Yeah, they're like, this
shit.
is my food? You're
Oh,
like,
this is mine too?
This is
This
trash.
is mine. It's all mine.
Yeah. Like, don't get in their way. They might get angry with you.
No, they might bite you.
I love Penguin dropping. Just dropped 3 Trash Panda emotes. Thanks.
Those are apiary hugs. They're a kitty.
Oh, they are. Oh, crud.
Yeah.
So I saw the little tiny, so I don't see myself full screen. I see like a little condensed.
You see a
You're
wee
right.
little
They are
version of you.
apiary hugs. Oh, that's such a cute emote. I thought they were
Swiss
trash
says-
pandas because they had the gray and but I guess I didn't see a ring, like ring around anything or.
You called her cat a trash panda.
Oh no, this is gonna be a thing. Don't say
Oh,
that
dear.
to her. I like apiary. I don't want her to think that I think her cat is a trash panda.
I mean,
Also, I like kitties.
you do. You have 3 of them.
I do. I do have 3 of them, and they're wonderful.
Penguin
And I'm
says
sure
it's okay. I
apiaries
pick on
are
her all the
also.
time. So we actually did have a keyboard related question.
Yeah, let's
So it
answer
says,
that
do you have any experience with the Key 65?
I do. I just built one.
Oh, that was clipped, Ninewalker. Thanks. I respect a floof enthusiast plus respect.
Okay.
Well, Apiary's cat is tactile, apparently. Well, between the 2 of us, we have 4 cats, so
It was clipped. Oof.
Josh has 3, I have 1.
Yar.
So we are definitely floof enthusiasts.
Yeah, I love cats. And my cats are freaking awesome. One of them plays fetch. One of them poops on the toilet. Okay? My cats are freaking awesome.
But does he flush?
No, and you don't want him to flush.
Because then he would just keep flushing to get treats.
Yeah, well, or to play with the flush.
That's fair.
That's a thing cats do. If you teach your cat to pee or poop on the toilet, which mine does, one of mine does, I wish all the rest of them would learn, then I wouldn't have to have a cat box. So when I just had the one, I didn't have to have a cat box. It was great. Just had to flush the toilet every now and then. Does he pull the seat back down? No, and if he did, he wouldn't be able to get it back up. That would be terrible.
Because thumbs. You have some high IQ cats there, says Dodo. Bubble says you can either have a life full of regrets and sadness, or you can have a life filled with cute cats. I choose cute cats.
Me too. So
Danvin says, wait, on or in the toilet?
In,
not on.
In the water.
One cat, or one left down says my cat used to drink out of the faucet. One of your cats drinks out of the refrigerator.
That's true. I do actually have a picture of one of them standing on I have the top two doors open out and the bottom one pulls out, and one of my cats was standing on, I have a picture of him somewhere, standing on the bar for that drawer with his head up into the ice maker outlet trying to get ice out. He wasn't actually trying to drink water, he was trying to get ice out. That's the one that plays fetch also.
Nico kitties.
But
French
he says
doors.
I have some
French
IQ,
doors.
high IQ cats, but the average is brought down by the third cat, who is adorable,
Who is a little derpy,
but absolutely stupid. Like,
Bubba
I have
says,
literally watched her fall off of the cat tree while I was petting her. Like, I'm petting her and she's getting so into it that she just rolls off the cat tree. I was like,
that was kind of I would say that's kind of your fault.
no, it's not my fault. It's my
you.
fault for not like catching her or holding her up. Like, she rolled herself off of.
So Bubble says my cat licks the window blinds every day and night. Ray says I had an outdoor cat. I watched her reject a neighborhood cat once. Felt sorry for the poor guy. Dude just trying to make the moves, and she just sat in the garage doing it. You should really put that. She just sat on the garage roof ignoring him.
So I have it's hard because that cat is black, so he shows up really poorly in most pictures. Like, I've tried to get good images of that cat and it's really hard. Like, there's no contrast, so
that's great.
There's no contrast, right? Because his entire hair is just like all jet black. So it's hard like to catch definition like you can in natural light with your eyes. Like, it just is. Like, he's super cool. I do have that picture somewhere. I'll try and find it. It's when he's younger though. He looks more kittenish.
The third cat proves the law of large numbers. And Epsilon says my cat eats toilet paper.
Epsilon. That's all cats. And it's not that they're eating it, they're playing with it. Like, mine try and shred it into snow.
Yeah, mine used to shred paper towel, rolls of paper towel until I took them away from her.
Your cat is also all black. Hard to get pictures of, I'm sure.
It depends on the background, but yeah, I mean, you don't get a lot of definition in her face with pictures of her.
Yeah, and that's the cute kitty part.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna test fit
She
this.
is so dark that she's just a big pair of green eyes in like little black kitty face.
Mine
but it's
too.
cute. That's cute too.
It is. It's just it's
We're
harder.
2 minutes shy of 3 hours streaming.
Are we? Oof. Sorry, boys and girls.
Hi, Mineral.
Sorry, not sorry. Okay. So I just
Did
want
you
to.
not get the notification?
What notification?
Mineral is saying I didn't even know you were on. Hi.
Hey, Mineral. What's up?
I don't know why you didn't get the notification. Twitch does
For
that to me
uptime?
too sometimes. Bubble asks, what is your opinion on CFTKB boards, by the way?
That makes better sense. I was like, what's this? CFTKB. Post links.
Yes, please post links.
CFTKB.
I
Why
used
does
to
that
get
sound familiar, but
notices
not?
from Twitch that other people were streaming, but I haven't gotten them for a really long time.
Yeah, Twitch's notifications are not the best.
They're
You can
not.
follow on Twitter, which I've been an
Mysterium
idiot.
Discipline. Is that the through hole board?
Oh, wait. CFTKB. Yeah. Mysterium, Discipline. Sure. Or, sorry. Discipline. What else do they make? So I built a Discipline before, and I have another one coming actually really soon. I personally do not love the through hole kit sandwich type, like where you have multiple pieces of FR4, the PCB and the plate and stuff like that. I don't really love that much, but I will say that I really do think that if you are absolutely into that, like if you like that design or the look, they're beautiful, then you should do it. Just my 2 cents. Oh, why is this so tight? Is the switch not clamped down all the way, or what's the deal? It's not. That makes better sense. So I'm feeling to see what needs to be, if it needs to be fitted. Like, it actually seems to work just fine. No, maybe it doesn't actually. So this has popped out a little bit, so I'm gonna So is it the PCB that needs fitting? Or is it the plate? Because if it's
Wait,
the
it's
PCB
been
that
on
needs
3 hours?
following-
Yes, Penguin. We have been here for 3 hours. Mineral says, I never really see you use case or plate foam, but you are usually building customer boards. Do you use foam on your personal boards?
So it really depends, right? So I have a KBD8X that has plate foam and case foam. I have built customer boards that have the same. Like it's absolutely a thing. You know what
I
I
remember you
didn't-
have two, but you just don't do it very
You know
often.
what I
don't
didn't
think.
do here that I fail?
What did you do? Or didn't?
Well, so this board comes with the little shims.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't put them in, so I'm gonna do that. I don't know why I didn't do that.
I mean, at least you realize it now.
Oh, well, it's super easy to notice. Turns out. Okay. You never really see me use. Yeah, so basically I use it for some, I don't for others. It's not like a thing. You know what I mean?
Bobby Slaya, welcome.
Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, so it's not like a thing where I like have a hard preference for yes or no. Like I have J01 that uses a foam between basically everything. So I mean it really just depends on the board, man. Now I do have shelf liner that I keep around for customer boards where they ask for it or they desire it. For customer stuff though, I'm building stuff to the customer's spec, right? So I mean, like if they do or don't want a thing, like that's generally what gets made. Now, don't get me wrong, I do have a say usually because a lot of my customers are like, hey, give me advice. Like how should I do
And
a thing?
stuff.
But generally, I'm not a huge fan of adding gaskets where gaskets aren't needed, or you know what I mean? Like, these things serve a purpose, and if a board wasn't made for that sound, unless there's a poor sound quality to that board, like, that could benefit from it, I don't recommend it. Sorry, that's my 2 cents on it. You went to a birthday party last night for first time since COVID. Found out an old friend bought a laser. He laser etched and cut out custom cake toppers and aluminum mugs. That's awesome. Gonna go back to him to test out cutting some foam, maybe some acrylic. Do it, man.
Nice.
That's freaking awesome, dude.
Swizz says my Polaris hasn't moved in 22 days. Oh.
So sorry, Swizz. Where is your Polaris? Just chilling in China in shipping?
Cologne, Germany.
Oh, okay. Cologne.
Cologne?
Köln.
Koelne. Cologne? Bouncy, where are you?
Where is it? Where is it? What did he say? Köln. Where is that?
Is it in customs clearing? My stuff gets stuck there for weeks. Did you get one off of Met Market? Or yeah, Met Market. My keyboard I bought off of Met Market from Canada. It took 6 weeks to come here, and I'm in the States. It's hit or miss with customs.
Yeah, so
that's Cologne. Is it Cologne?
So
I don't think it's
Cologne
Cologne.
in German is said Köln.
Is that how that's?
It's like K umlaut O-L-N.
Oh, that did not have an umlaut on it, so
Well,
I didn't
but
notice
he may
the
not
spelling.
have that character on
Fair.
his board, so he may have just
But
been.
Cologne, that's different. I've just never seen it spelled that way before.
It's a thing.
So I apologize to all of our European people for I pronounced it incorrectly.
So I am going to
Just
bust
the way it
out
was spelled on shop, formerly known as Arrive.
files. There are some filing actions that need to occur on this.
Additional filing?
Well, so there's a little tiny SMD thing right there. SMD resistor, looks like.
That's how it's pronounced in.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah.
code. Code.
Gata02 says, what do you think of the novel keys keycaps dropping tomorrow?
What's dropping tomorrow?
Yes, Köln is German for Cologne.
Which is a German city that apparently in English we call something different. I don't know why we do that. Like, why would you
Because-
call the city something other than what its name is
Because of
in the language?
English?
Yeah, it's weird and irritating. Yeah. Thanks, One Lap Down. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't understand why we would do that. It's silly. Why don't we just call it what it's called?
There's
in
no
the-
equivalent
in the place
sound in
itself.
English.
It kind of is. So umlaut O, U, and A are U, E. Man, there's like a huge Euro audience here are probably gonna be like, that guy's an idiot.
A lot of key sets coming up. I have to keep
Oh,
track.
ooh,
Yeah, use that Mech Group Buys thing, Penguin. Or the keycap lender. Novel Keys is dropping some budget double shot PBT keycaps.
Double shot
because
PBT?
Because no one other than the silly Germans can pronounce the silly umlaut.
Okay.
Let's see. PBT black and white vaporwave sleeves. Those are coming. Let's see. The black and white set Teja showed off. That's coming. Multicolor blinks as well. Sorry, I'm like jumping all over the place with chat.
No, you're good.
The only thing I own is We Have Made It in Germany. Bobby Slaya says it's gonna be. Is it gonna be a pre-order or a group buy? Ooh, yes, links. Thank you, Mineral. Thank you for the links. Pretty links. Gata says, from what I saw, it seems like they're just going to be for sale tomorrow. The product pages are not up yet, but those are the previews.
Are they double shot PBT or are they... Oh, okay.
Do you know the profile?
Well, I love that there's Vaporwave. I kind of want to buy that. That's awesome. Those look great.
Cherry profile and
who are they made by?
For sleeves.
Do we know who they're made by?
FCFS tomorrow. Cherry profile. Oh, I read that already. Check their quality standards. It's Cherry, and they did not say who is making it. I don't know if that information has been released.
Yeah, it may not have been.
They're $50 budget sets, and they go through the acceptable standards on the quality. So let me read through these really quick. There are slight imperfections may be present on the legends. For example, there may be slight spillover from the double shot process.
Which is, you know, honestly, if you're getting a double shot PBT set, you should be ready to accept that.
But wait, there's more.
Because double shot PBT, very difficult to get perfect. And if it's, especially if it's sold as like a budget set.
Sure.
Like,
and there's I've got 3 other items that they are also looking at. So they said, slight stem axis twist may be present on some of the keycaps due to the injection molded ejection process. A small part of the stems may be missing. They will still fit and stay on switches. Flashing may be present along the bottom of the keycaps. So I'm gonna guess that you might have to file some of that off if you really want it fixed, or if you want it smooth. Scrape that, or filing just like you're doing. Welcome back, Tinfoil. I'm gonna guess that due to all of those quality issues, this is why these are budget set.
yeah, almost certainly. Basically, don't expect it
on
to be perfect.
On a normal one, all those would be completely unacceptable.
Did they show pictures of it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did. That's what one of the links from Mineral.
Of the issues?
Yeah. They pulled them out, or they pointed them out specifically. That's what I was reading. Is I was reading the text that went along with the picture.
Okay. Sorry. Boom. Okay. I mean, that's fair. Fair.
If you scroll down a little bit, it shows, you can see.
So this is the part you're
on
going to
the stem.
notice.
Yep.
And this is the part you're going to notice.
And the flashing.
You may have to cut that away very carefully with an X-Acto. That you're not going to fix, but it won't be consequential. And then this, you may need to scrape the side of that to get it even. I mean, they may require some work. That's really what it comes down to.
Bobby Slaya says, may I ask what these little rectangle PCB things are that you are screwing into the main PCB?
Yeah, so this PCB is thin. And so it's this thing right here actually keeps the stabilizer dimensionally in place correctly. So it basically thickens the PCB where the stabilizer goes through so that the stabs actually fit right. And if you look, I'm basically just filing this out so that it fits in over some SMD components that are right under there.
So Teal Rice says, WTF, why would people buy this? I would think that people would buy it if they wanted those particular sets and they couldn't afford the original group buys for those.
Or they don't want to look for them on the secondary market.
Right, or they don't want to look for them on secondary market, or maybe they're missing a keycap or something got damaged and they want a replacement. I mean, it's a bit of a gamble, but it's $50 and not 250. So, Tinfoil says, oh my god, picture in picture is fantastic. Bobby Slaya says, so this PCB would have come with those extra bits.
Yes, this PCB did come with these extra bits. Yeah.
Shocks asks, can you tell me what the PCB dust smells like?
Fiberglass.
Fiberglass. Sweet, sweet death.
I would recommend against breathing it in.
Taste it. Swizz. No. Do not taste it.
We're not going to do that. All this
Let's
dust
not
right
eat
here.
fiberglass.
We're definitely not going to do that. It'll be short fiber stuff because I've just ground
You
it.
don't breathe this.
Yeah.
Should
don't
you
worry.
not be wearing a mask while you are doing this?
No, we're fine. We are fine.
Oh, Swizz. Swizz I said taste before I heard fiberglass. That would be bad. Very bad. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Do not do that.
Yeah, don't worry. We will not be doing that. What is
Thank you for not eating fiberglass.
Yeah, don't worry. You guys didn't need to tell me not to for me to know not to. I do appreciate you guys giving me sage advice.
We care.
But also, I'm not planning on eating fiberglass dust. At some point in the near future, we are going to turn on a fan that blows directly across the surface to get rid of solder, well, more like flux fumes.
What the flux?
What the flux?
T-Wheel says, weren't sure if you knew or not. Glad we covered that base.
So appreciative.
Chat, this is why we need you all here, to make sure he doesn't do silly things like eat fiberglass.
Dust. Or smell it. Like sniff it directly into your lungs. Don't do that. Unhealth. I don't need to be a doctor to give you that advice.
Mineral says, I scored one of those in stock black poly KVD 67 this morning. Nice. Congratulations.
Yeah, super congrats. I like KVD 67. I think it's a fantastic board. We're actually going to be building one relatively soon.
You know, we should have talked about the flashing on our keycap episode. I don't think we did. We didn't talk about quality standards in keycap manufacturing.
I don't think we need to.
Well, I think it was on the list of things.
We talk generally about quality and standards, but
we do, but
it's pretty generalized.
I think that we talked about doing another episode specifically regarding manufacturing of keycaps and other things.
Truth, we did.
It's on the list.
So for those of you who don't know, files only actually cut in one direction. So dragging back across, there's like big controversy about whether you should drag it across or go. Because it only cuts going that way.
Teal says
this is a
Teal
very
says,
soft
"I hope they
material
screwed on everything
and a very-
and nothing comes scuffed."
You hope what?
They hope they hope that they screw down everything and nothing comes scuffed with the KBD 67.
I will say that the packing quality on KBD fans is probably the least desirable part of dealing with them, in my opinion.
Nobody wants a scuffed board. Is bad.
Your get scuffed? Not. Let's not
Do
get
not.
scuffed.
Let's not do that.
So basically the reason that we're doing this part, we're filing these down, it probably doesn't matter if this little piece flexes out of the way a little bit. Like, it isn't functionally probably that relevant to the function of the actual stabilizer. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, I don't know. But customers pay me to make boards for them. And I want them to be right. As right as they can be. I definitely want to put in the work to make it as right as it can be. And that's what we're doing here today. So we're trying to just cut these out a little bit so that they all don't interfere in any real way. So this is how these came, by the way, in a sheet like this, and we broke them apart. I did not have to do this for my HPCP because my PCB was not thin. No thin boy PCB in the Proto, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I think you're going to be fine, but I will say that is my biggest pet peeve with KBD fans. Is actually the packaging, but you should always, now right now you don't have an option but to pay for DHL through KBD fans, but even when you do have the option, always choose it. The packaging is always better, and the package always seems to arrive much safer. So normally you have or in the non-COVID world, you had a free shipping option and you had a $20, I think it's like $22 right now, shipping option. And the right answer was always to pay for the expedited better shipping. I don't know if the free shipping will be coming back, but it's massively slow boated anyway.
Teal Rice says Macmillan was working on someone's KBD 8X build and it came hella scuffed because they used the wrong screw on the weight. Oh my goodness. Speaking of kitties, I have a visitor, everyone.
Yeah, they can't see, but that's cool.
No, they can't. But she just bonked her head into my mic, so there's
bonk.
that.
Cool. So now these are in, right? Now we're gonna retry to fit. Before we do any of that, I'm actually gonna clean something up just a little bit.
Yes. If you guys want, I will post a picture of my kitty floof on our Instagram for Kalanobes.
Do it. Or just post it, Imgur it, and post it in here. You know what I mean?
Yes, give me just a moment. Oof. Bobby says it was proper scuffed, dinged up all over. It was Cerakoted, which covered up most of the damage. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, and that'll help a lot because Cerakote is not a zero thickness finish. It has some thickness to it. Some usually between 1 and 2/1000ths of an inch, which call it a little less than 0.1 millimeter, like 0.05 or something like that. I don't know exactly, but around there. Okay, so here we are, back again. Okay. Okay, so the right way to fit this and find out, right, is we're going to put the switch in here. We're going to figure out if the space bar actuates right with the stabs right where they are. So we're going to put in a few placeholder anchors, right? And just see if we're off at all. Sorry, this takes a little bit of time, but once we've got this stuff lined up, I think we're pretty much set. So customer actually warned that this could be the case, and I'm trying to figure out where it is exactly that we need to be focused on cutting, potentially. The plate. Nope, we're talking about filing the plate, not the PCB. I'm happy that we are using switches that have PCB legs, like retooled blacks as opposed to vintage blacks, because these should allow us pretty good alignment and then testing of these switch positions without major problems. Why am I experiencing bowing? Okay, we're gonna clip a couple more in, make sure around the space bar so that we make sure that the plate is fully aligned properly with the PCB, or to the best of our knowledge. Around these stabilizer positions. Man, I love this. I love this board. Okay. So that whole bottom row is pretty good. Just gonna anchor a couple more of the corners a little better. Yay, switch filmed switches. Always a little painful on the thumbs to align correctly. Sorry if I'm missing some stuff. Bobby Slaya says it was proper scuffing all over. So, oh yeah, we saw that. Has anyone seen the Maja GB? Any opinions on it? Please post links. T-Wheels. I wanna follow. I wanna look.
I think that was the Vulcan one.
Maja? Oh yeah, you might be right. Hold on.
I for all of you, I posted a picture of my floof for you on the Instagram.
Wait, is that what he's talking about? No. Yeah, the Vulcan. Yes. Yeah, I actually did talk about the Vulcan earlier. I don't like the chamfered edge. I feel like it will lead to a... It will probably lead to a difficulty in getting good wrist rests for it. But in general, I think it'll be a pretty decent quality and it'll be a good price. So if it's like, if you want an Alice layout board, it'll probably end up coming in about as cheap as you're going to get in on one. And it'll probably be pretty available, which is a pretty big advantage in a lot of ways. That's my thing. Okay. Instagram. Oh, Collie.
Collie, destroyer of furniture.
Yeah, truth.
She's got 2 or 3 couches under her belt now.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding. Yeah, 2 or 3 couches, some carpeting on a landing step, a chair or 2.
Man,
she's a little destroyer, and that is why we finally put nail caps on her, and she's not very happy about it, but it did save the furniture.
Outrageous. Truly outrageous.
I'm the next time we get them done though, I want to make them red, because right now they're just...
Oh, you can get those. Like I put them on my cats
beige
before.
And black, so they kind of like...
I put them on my cats before. It's not that hard. You just get different colors.
Sure, but I want to get them in red so it looks like somebody did her nails.
So it should be a black cat with red nails.
Yep.
That's intense. Okay, so I think that we are gonna test this now. Does anybody know what color caps they want? I haven't even showed the board.
What are the options? I bet Moto would look nice on that.
Yeah, I don't know what... I mean, it's silver, so... I'm just gonna try white on black right now. Because I'm really only interested in the stabilized caps at the moment.
Sure.
Looking forward to Sagittarius.
Do you want to put up a poll?
Yeah, at some point.
Okay.
But I'm not there yet. Okay, let me put a couple more of these in. You know, over where we have other stabilized switches that I haven't put them in on. So...
Yeah, Gundam Cheese, I always try to adopt black cats from shelters. She was actually the sister to one of my friend's cat. They were in the same litter. But I try to get black cats from shelters because they are not as adopted as often because people are silly about like superstitions and everything.
Okay, customer hasn't hit me up about any kind of layout stuff, so we just got what we got. We're doing it like I did mine, except with a 6 row bottom, 6U bottom row rather, or 6.25. Geez, helps if I say the right words. Okay.
Oh, words.
Good. Good.
Sorry, you guys. She's trying to use my mic stand as a, like, scratching her face post thing.
Of course she is. I mean, she doesn't know anything
She
about
doesn't know.
microphones.
She doesn't know what's going on. She's
Other
just
than
like,
that,
oh,
they're
I
wonderful.
can itch my face on this. Yeah.
Like, what is this boom sitting out here?
Clearly, this is for me to itch my face on.
Yes, it is. Because that is, in fact, what she's doing with it, right?
Yes.
Well, it sounds to me like it's pretty clear that's what it's for then. You left it there for her.
I did, clearly.
Scent marking it, taking ownership.
This is her microphone now, guys. Sorry.
You hear that penguin droppings?
It was mine for just a minute, and Penguin, now it's my cat's.
Okay. So I feel like this is functional, but I'm not sure if it's a lube thing or if it's actually needs to be filed in some way. Might just be a lube thing. Thank you so much, Far From Here. Appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for the follow.
That's freaking awesome. So the way to tell if it's this, definitely not rattly. So I'm going to take a little bit of a napkin. I'm going to remove some of this lube. And the way we're going to do that is pretty simple, right? We're going to raise these up like this. We're going to swipe this side. What's up?
Look at this.
Aw, kitty time.
I should shoo you away, but
Yeah, but you don't want to because she's a cute
No.
kitty.
she's cute.
And she's showing love.
Mm-hmm. She's not.
Oh.
She's not the type of cat that's always like up in your face for love. So when her displays of
Yeah.
affection are there, I
This
try to
seems to work
accommodate.
just fine. I mean, this is a little bit more, maybe sluggish is the wrong word. It's slower than the others, I guess, but not significantly. I don't think it really
like
needs to
Uber
be
says
filed.
that numpad is huge.
The numpad is huge. I mean, it's this big.
It's as big as that.
The numpad plus. Oh yeah, because I'm using the 2U one.
Oh,
I
the
mean,
plus.
customer didn't ask for a plus and equals and minus or whatever, so we're doing just plus. It's the standard 2U numpad. So I don't know if we
the
should.
actual symbol on the keycap,
I
the
think-
legend on the keycap.
I think we are gonna lift this and we're gonna
Yeah, that
file
is
this
pretty
down a
big.
little bit. So right here is what we're gonna file down. And so I am actually gonna file it just a little bit. And so in order for me to understand where that begins, I'm gonna put a tiny little score mark on the top of it, which you guys can't see at all, but I did with the sharp end of the tweezers. This is kind of gonna be a pain in the ass because we're gonna lift all of these switches right out. So we're gonna remove that. All right, I'm gonna pop these all.
Far From Here says this is the 96%, right? Where can I get?
This is not 96. This is a 1800 compact. 96 has no blocker right here. They're very similar. Very, very similar, but they aren't the same.
They're saying, where can I get a kit? I've been looking for a kit like this for a while.
Well, you're not going to find a kit like this because it was run as a group buy. But what you can find, you can find a Melody 96.
$1,800, all right.
You might be able to. It's 1800 compact. Okay. We're getting pretty much where we want to be. With the ability to lift this. Find an old Cherry G80 1800, or you can find a newer one sold by the Key Company. But again,
I'm posting the link for the Melody, by the way.
Yeah, the Melody 96 on AliExpress might be your go-to if you want a 96 key. It's probably what I would recommend that's available. Okay, so we're gonna set this off to the side.
Cheese says, or find an old Cherry G80 1800.
Yep, or a new one sold by the Key Company. So what we're gonna do is I put two little tiny score marks here, and I'm gonna show you guys what I did. Right? You can kind of see I put two tiny little scratches there, and we're actually going to file part of that plate away right there. And the reason we're doing this is because the stabilizer is ever so slightly interfered with by the plate. It's not a lot. It's just, you know, like maybe 10 thousandths should be removed there. Maybe 20. So 20 thousandths is, well, pretty straightforward, right? 20 thousandths of an inch is what I'm talking about. And I'm going to remove it in a little bit wider of an area than that. Now this is not a part of the plate that you see when the keycaps are on. So I'm actually going to make this a little wider than...
The Goober says by design or manufacturer tolerance is not good enough.
I don't know. I can't rightly say. You could ask Heine. He probably has a better understanding of whether or not it's by design or tolerance. Customer warned that the thing was a thing, though. Now, most people use a 7U bottom row, so it doesn't matter. But the customer wanted the 6.25U.
So Jessup says, to a first-time group buy buyer, this board would be an impossible build.
No, it would not. You would just need a couple tools. But I will say that very first-time board buyers are probably ending up with HBCP.
Are or aren't?
Are not. Very few are.
I would think that's probably accurate as well.
Now, when we were filing away FR4 earlier, super fast. Because FR4 is very soft compared to brass. Brass is still pretty soft. And our file is very hard because, well, it's a file.
As it should be.
Yeah, files are hardened to a very high Rockwell hardness.
Especially if some of them have... Do those have the diamond?
No. It's
some
just
do,
hardened
not all.
steel.
But... Bouncy, you missed it. We had a grammar question.
Well, somebody spelled Köln with a K-O-E-L-N. And the confusion was whether they were talking about Cologne or Köln, or if they were talking about some other place. And I was like, they're probably talking about Cologne, as Americans say it, or Köln. And I was saying that any Germans in the stream are probably like, this guy's a fucking idiot. For my pronunciation, but whatever.
So Gundam Cheese says, by the way, what is the TSC lore? I came in one stream and new voice.
I mean, there's no lore. It's just wanting my mod to be present to help out. And my mod being willing and awesome enough to do it. Okay. I have a feeling we have solved any potential issues. And we're going to try it out again. We're going to find out.
Avail the day. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you so much, man. Is willing to do it. My mod is willing to do it.
Yeah, it's not like he's forcing me to sit here and talk to him or read chat. It's
honestly better.
Definitely voluntary.
It's honestly better than, I think, typing it anyway, right?
I think so. I think people get more
what chat
immediate
thinks.
feedback.
Hopefully they
Thank you.
agree. If they don't,
Thank you, Gundam Cheese.
they should let us know.
But yeah, if you guys, I would love having stream feedback. So far, it's been pretty good. But TSC, wink twice if you're trapped in Josh's house.
Well, she's definitely not. She is 2,000 miles from here. She's in 2 time zones ahead.
Like Cooper says that that's a German was, not the English was.
Ooh.
Gundam Cheese says good chemistry. Crumb blink twice if you're unsafe. Oh, nice.
Okay,
No.
that's way better now. So it was absolutely that it needed to be filed
Namelf
down.
says I enjoy it.
Thank you, Namelf. I'm not going to be able to get rid of these brass shavings the same way that I was able to get rid of the FR4 probably.
Danibus says TSC is the best disembodied voice. Changed my mind.
Change my
We
mind.
need to get that. We need to get that meme where you're sitting with the guy sitting at the table.
Oh, change my mind. The Louder with Crowder or whatever, whoever does that.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't really want to get into Louder with Crowder details on this stream.
Fair, but that there's a meme and it's funny.
'Cause that guy
Shark says,
maybe-
"Can you tell me what brass shavings smell like?"
They smell like brass.
They smell a little brassy.
Yeah. Brassy ass. Get your brassy ass plate out of here. Actually, don't. I like this plate. It could probably be shaved down more, but it now no longer interferes with the stabilizer or pushes against it in a way that's destructive to its action. It does still put a little pressure on it. I could remove more. Taste test on brass? Not on a customer board. How about that? Not on a customer board.
Taste lick it of the brassy ass.
Lick that brassy ass.
What
No
do they
thanks.
say? Are you having an aneurysm with metal?
No, that's blood.
I think it's. Oh, I thought it was. You smell burning feathers.
I thought it was
Oh,
like
not even
burnt
the shavings.
toast or isn't it burnt toast or something?
Oh, I don't know. Or you're having a stroke if you smell
Stroke.
burnt feathers. I don't know. Burnt toast and taste iron.
So I'm gonna add some lube back to these stabs because we removed a bunch of it.
Burnt hair. Yeah, I think it was a stroke.
I don't think it's the same for everybody. First of all,
Luguber says, I feel spoiled. Green PCBs look so cheap.
oh, really? So in the Heine world, usually green is a reserved color. I think.
So Far From Here says, how do you feel about using foam as a sound dampening agent in between the switches and the PCB? Do you think it's worth the money or time of either purchasing one or making one?
I think for most boards, it does not. It is not worth the time or the money or the effort. But I think some boards could benefit from it. I think they're like Matrix 1.2 is relatively resonant inside. That's no hate on Matrix 1.2 OG. I actually like that board a lot, but I think like certain boards could benefit from it. That's one of them. But I think in general, you don't need to go out of your way to do this thing unless you're like, oh, hey, I built this thing. I don't like the sound. I think it's a little tinny or a little resonant or whatever, and now I want to change it.
Apparently, Laguber likes their PCBs black.
Black PCBs are good. Red PCBs are cool.
I like them blue, personally. Gundam
Blue's
says, IMO, I like green and red PCB, especially when PCBs peek through on a plateless build.
And that is one case where you might want to do that, I believe.
And One Lap Down says, I
So
just
we're now
ordered
ready?
plate foam for an 8X.
We're now ready to make sure that all these switches are seated now that we've reinstalled them the way we did. Right? And make sure that all the switches are in, seated all the way. The ones that we have in here, at least. And we're gonna solder some of these anchors in, put in the rest, and we're gonna solder it more. And then, boys and girls, we're gonna slap this bad boy together.
Woohoo!
A slap at the base.
Slap
So
a
much-
cube.
So much brass. That brass dough. Let the fumes begin. Yep, and we turn on the fan.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Got one corner. What?
Fumes. Mmm.
Nom nom nom.
We love fumes.
Not so much.
And then it says, anybody know that Joseph Chan guy from Key Clack?
I do not. I do not know them. Sorry. Why do you ask? Oh. Wondering if you need to pull a PayPal dispute. Mineral. So sorry. I do not know. I mean, feel free to say whatever happened here. Like, this is a safe space for it, but at the same time, I understand if you're like, oh well, I don't know. Like 5 attempts. Oof. 2-month order hasn't filled, no response, not even once from him. How long ago did you hit him up, if you don't mind me asking? And have you tried multiple avenues? I have had a couple vendors. Oh, shit, I'll name which sites. Actually, can I even name which sites? Dang. So there was a vendor that made like an interesting sandwich-ish board for a while. Trying to recall what it was. I'd have to go through my old orders to figure it out. But a customer was like, yeah, let's build one of these, and I was like, cool. Ordered the board. Nothing. A month later, nothing. oh no, there was a notification that that color was out of stock. And I was like, okay, so like when do we expect this? No response. Eventually I ended up emailing. Like they didn't respond on Discord, they didn't respond anywhere. I ended up emailing and they responded to that. And I was like, look, dude, this has been a while. Like this is for a customer, like what can we do? And it ended up just being like refund money. It's a bummer. Tried Reddit, email, personal, Gmail, store, domain support, and you've given like ample time to well, here's the deal, right? PayPal buyer protection only gives you like 45 days. So if you're coming up to that, issue the thing. It just needs to happen, right? This is a hard thing like in my business, right? Because sometimes I'll buy parts on behalf of a customer, like I order them from KBD Fans or something like that, and it's like they don't come in for like a month, right? And then they get in the queue and then it's going to be a couple weeks. And that's why when I order on behalf of customers now, I recommend that they don't do that, that they just buy them and have them shipped to me. But if they want me to handle all of it, I'm like, look, I'll only do this if it's F&F. For the parts, the service and all of that will always be as an invoice, because I want them to have that buyer protection. Like it just seems on the up and up. New follower, Raise Boy XD, thank you so much, man, for that follow. I love that. But like I can't guarantee shipping times, right, of other people. I can't guarantee that logistics train. So now it's just, if you want me to order parts on your behalf, I will do it, but you have to F&F me the money. The other thing is I'm not retail selling you parts. Like that's not the type of business that I run. This is a service business, and like I would prefer you to order it all so that I don't have to like work out taxes on selling your product.
So Joseph says, have you tried cat keycaps? How do you feel about the cat profile compared to Cherry?
One Lap Down says, Mineral Forex, personally, there are better ways and people for me to spend my money. Yeah, if they can't respond to you at all, like sometimes I take a couple days to get back to customers or prospective customers on Reddit. I'm actually more responsive on Discord than I'm on Reddit, but like sometimes I see, oh, I've got like 10 messages and they're all customer things. Like I don't have time to sit down and deal with 10 customer like questions or whatever. It's gotta wait till tomorrow because of work or something, and I do it that way. Like sometimes you gotta wait a day. Sorry, I try not to ever make it longer than that if I can, because then it's just not responsive, right? But if you've contacted this guy 5 times over the course of weeks, done. I don't know them personally. I like to think that they're on the up and up, but you have to protect your investment of money, and unfortunately sometimes that means issuing buyer protection stuff on PayPal. I mean, maybe this dude is super cool and is going through something or whatever, I don't know, but in the end it'll work out, because the buyer protection will at least probably get him in contact. And even at that point, you still have the ability to work it out. I'm sorry, man. If I did, I would reach out though for you. I feel for you. It sucks to feel like you got burned. Just do the thing you got to do to protect your investment of money. And, it'll work out in the end. That's my advice. I've had one instance where I kind of didn't do that, and I feel like somebody was actually trying to like burn time on to run up buyer protection. And it was when I ordered a cable modem on the internet. I ordered a really specific model because at the time I was trying to do hacked cable modem with hacked firmware, which is not illegal, but if you use it to steal internet, then it is illegal, which is primarily what they're used for. But it turns out I was actually not looking to get free internet. I had other reasons to want to use that thing. They weren't illegal. They were against terms of service for my provider at the time, but they were not illegal. Anyway, I bought a cable modem and somebody sold me like a specific model, right? It was like a DOCSIS. It was a Motorola Surfboard 6121, I think is the model that it was. And they actually sold me something different. And that was, in most contexts, a better modem, what they actually sent me. But like, it wasn't the one that could run the hacked firmware. So I was like, hey, you sent me the thing that wasn't the thing I asked for.
So T-Wheel says, I sold some switches on Mech Market, but it was on my girlfriend's Reddit account. He messaged me asking about when they would come in, but she doesn't check her Reddit account and the customer used the buyer protection. They were able to notify me personally that way and we got it sorted out. So it's not always a bad situation, it's just miscommunication. I could see that.
It isn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
just
there's
issue
not always ill intent.
Issue the buyer protection thing now. It'll protect you, and it'll probably speed the process along in terms of getting in contact. If you've already made multiple attempts to get in touch with this person and rectify the situation and it hasn't worked, like, it'll either get you in touch or they won't dispute it and you'll get a refund, which is not actually what you want. What you wanted was the product. So that kind of sucks, but I think it gets to what you want, and I think T-Wheels is just right. And so that's why, for what it's worth, that's why I always, because I've had customers who are like, oh, I'll just F you or whatever. And I have had a couple customers that are super repeat customers that we deal with a lot. We already have a good method for communication. Like, you know, they have information about me, like they can easily get in touch with me, where I've allowed them to F.
Bouncy says, I need buyer protection from myself to take care of my impulse purchases.
Right.
Hey, at least you know somebody who can build them for you, Bouncy.
Truth. Yeah, so I have allowed it, but mostly I just don't allow it. Like, I want my customers to know that that thing is there in case they ever need to resolve something that we can't otherwise resolve or don't for some reason. Like, if you're running it as a business or you're doing business, I think you pretty much have to look at it that way. Just my opinion. And honestly, you look kind of shady if you start asking people for F on things. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, Mr. Miru. But Josh knows if shipping situation stays like this, maybe might have to pass for a while. Aw.
I understand.
Face.
Oh, I'm not mad. I totally get it. To be honest though, like, didn't you get you got the 8X really fast, didn't you? Like, really fast, I thought. I mean, it wasn't like 0 time. And I think we could have paid for a faster option.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
T-Will says, right, as a business, you would want your customers to feel safe about their purchase.
Absolutely.
Nancy says a bit over 3 weeks or a bit over 3.
Which all kind of makes sense, IMO. Yeah, okay, that doesn't sound terrible. Like, it's not like what customers in the US get. They get their thing back. Like, the moment I actually ship it out, like, I don't know, it's days. The point is the price. Oh, yeah.
The point is the price.
Which, again, not a problem, man. Like, I have never been.
One Live Down says, I'm spoiled by a couple of years of Amazon same day too. Yeah, that's fair.
Which is kind of
I
gone
think
now,
everybody
right?
is. Yeah.
Kind of gone right now. Kind of hurts actually that it's gone. Oh, so there is a.
It's back in the Northeast. Nice. It's somewhat back here in the Midwest, but I think it really depends on what exactly it is that you are purchasing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so I know what you're talking about, Bouncy, specifically with price. So yeah, when I shipped recently, because it's an international shipment, when I shipped recently to him, the only option like that I could exercise was a slightly more expensive option. Like when I went into the post office, they were like, yeah, this is something about like, these are the only ones getting through customs that are this kind of shipping or whatever. I don't remember what the exact deal was, but there was something
Bouncy
about
says, who knows, maybe 2021 the world is normal again. And One Lap says no more same day, but certainly 2 days back. Danibus says, I got overnight for a new mouse a few weeks ago in Texas.
Oh, I've had stupid fast shipping from Amazon even recently, but like their guarantee is like, I don't know, like weeks.
Yeah, Bouncy says, I'll definitely have you build me another one. But on the other hand, I'll definitely build 1 or 2 for myself, which is part of the experience, I guess.
I was like, you should, man.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, you should. Like, I'm not at all hating on people who want to build their own stuff for any reason.
Are you though? Are you? No,
Yeah, I'm really not.
you're not.
Like, the business thing is, it's not like I'm having a hard time getting business. Like, there are times where I don't post for a while and then I run out of customer stuff and I work on my own stuff or whatever. And I always
I think
briefly stress out about it because I'm like, oh no, like, is business dying? Like, is this a dead thing? Because I want to keep doing the stream and I definitely don't have enough keyboards on my own to do it.
I don't know that anybody would have enough on their own.
Mr. Keebs,
'cause-
Jay.
Well, yeah.
But
Hang on, let me get back to
Go
the
ahead.
chat really quick.
ahead.
It's One Lap says it took Newegg 2 weeks to send me an item from their way.
from their
Ouch.
what? I didn't hear you that well.
Their warehouse, which was 20 miles away. Bouncy says there are no excuses anymore. No Kiwi says still waiting on stabs I bought from Kiwi Republic on May 9th. Ouch.
One Lap, are you SoCal or are you in New Jersey? Or New York or something, if you don't mind me asking.
Bouncy, you do have solder for years now. He has all the solder ever.
True. The next board the next board though that I shipped to you, remind me, we need to get you some Kester.
No Kiwi says
Whether you have solder
the
or
stabs
not.
haven't left China yet.
Oof.
Danibus, after missing the KBD 67 this morning, I'm counting on the NK 65 so I can do my build. One Lap is in New Jersey.
Okay. Yeah. I live about probably as the crow flies 80 miles from the City of Industry warehouse location. I have ordered something very early in the morning and had it on my doorstep the same day, which is bananas to me. But I also live very close to, they're right next to a UPS hub and they ship UPS, and I am very close to a UPS hub also. Yeah, I've gotten something same day. When I need something from them right away though, I still order at will call and drive down there. Is that a chisel or a conical? So this is a conical. It's just a very small conical. I'll show you guys under Microvision.
Microvision.
But I do use chisel tips sometimes too. I use all sorts of different tips. So these are the other 2 that I potentially use for switches sometimes. Wow, one of them looks super gross. So these are the other 2 that I use sometimes. So this one has a little hole in there that's filled in with solder and some flux junk. So that's actually like for drag soldering. I use that. Sometimes I leave it on. And then chisel tip. So yeah, I use kind of either one of those also.
So what would you guys think about having a stinger that comes on the screen when Microvision comes up?
Oh, like
with
a little
some kind of crazy logo.
I'm down.
And then me singing Microvision like that.
Microvision. I think that's what we should do now.
Would that be too extra, or would you guys like that?
Whatever.
That was an idea submitted to me.
Oh, I like it. I think we should do it.
Gundam Cheese says do it. Oh, okay.
What'd they say?
Gundam says please do it. Mineral says please. One Lap says I think it's a winner. Penguin says so extra. Now you can't undo it. The idea. Jessup says sounds good. No vote necessary. Just do it. Okay. So
right, well,
I
I
believe
guess-
the consensus is.
I guess I need to
do that.
get somebody to make a new stinger for me. I think I know the people.
Yes.
Might take a little while. Honestly,
minute or
if
two.
I push on it really hard, I could probably get it done in a week, but
Probably.
probably not gonna move on it that fast. I have a lot of priorities right now, but
Kind of
I'll
like
get
that.
it.
The more
I'm down.
you know, Rainbow. One.
The more you know. Yeah.
The more you know. Bling.
You're. I feel like there's other chats I'm missing, and I'm sorry, boys and girls.
It's all good. So Danova says, yes, I did. I'm really into the black
Can you
poly look.
post
Probably
the
won't
link?
see it till Christmas.
Post the link, Mineral Forex. Sorry, continue.
Yeah,
I feel
please.
bad.
Probably won't see it till Christmas, so I'm looking to tide myself over with the NK65V2. You
Sure.
going to join? Gundam says, I already have the rose gold, so I'm good. Mineral says, I'll get the entry edition just because it's $100. Danova
Yeah.
says, how do you like it? The rose gold version of that one. Sorry, I'm trying to like
I'm
rapid fire
I'm
read
sure
all
they
this
do.
off. Jessup says, do switches really need to be relubed every few years? I've heard from other people that they need a relube every few years. I think it depends on the type of lube you use.
It's totally dependent on the type of lube, the amount of dust that might get in them, the amount of use they see. Frankly, the re-lube thing is probably a lot less doable than you think it is. Probably what actually needs to happen is you just put new switches in it.
Which sounds like it could be very, very expensive.
New switches?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it depends. Like, in a few years, with prices and availability the way they're going now, in a few years, most of the, especially super premium boards you buy now, are going to be, you know, $1,000, $1,500 or whatever. So,
Sure.
I mean, what's $150 or $200 or something on even
T-Rose.
paying somebody else to redo it?
T-Will says, I want to get another
And the
keyboard, but I
switches
don't know where to
themselves.
start. I have a Kibio Iris, but it doesn't have a middle housing layer and it gets dusty so fast, but I love having a split.
But I love having a split. Yeah, so I'm not, like I said before, I'm not a huge fan of the through hole kits that are like a massive, that have a massive like hole in the side of them with no case surrounding it, blah, blah, blah. However, they are good boards, and Keyhive was actually so, is it Keyhive? Hold on. Network operations works for, he's the guy from Keyhive, right? Or is he Kibio? I think it's Kibio. Yeah, it's Kibio. Man, let me get it right so I don't like ruin stuff.
Oh, Mineral posted a link. Ooh, that's pretty. Holy shnikes.
What is this?
That is really purple.
That's really beautiful.
I really like that.
I really like that. That is super pretty, guys. It's prettier than I thought previously. That's the entry edition. So what's the deal?
Entry?
So
oh, man.
How much is it? And when?
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, so that's it's called Atomic Purple, the thing you're talking about, and that's the color that my HBCP, not the proto one over there, but the one I bought in the main GB should be. Entry is 95. Are you joking, man? I want that. Drops 30th, 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah.
Shucks, I bet I know what keycaps would look good on that too. Black Lotus.
No. DMG.
Actually, Borealis would look good on there too.
A lot of things would look beautiful on there.
Vaporwave would look good on there.
Vaporwave would. Not wrong. It sounds awesome. That's so inexpensive.
Oh, do you want me to read these quality standards too, Mineral?
Mineral, man, you're all about the quality standards right now.
Well, there's 3 quality standards on this particular, on the NK65.
See, hot swap only though is a no-go for me.
I can absolutely read them if you guys want me to.
Yeah, read it. Read it.
So, NK65 acceptable quality standards. Brew marks will be visible on the inside of the entry edition case. Once switches and keycaps have been added, these will no longer be visible.
Yep.
Small imperfections in the color of the plastic may be present throughout the entry edition case. The aluminum edition may have small defects, such as these small raised bumps or imperfection. Slight streaking may be present in anodization.
So this is Novel Keys making sure that everybody's aware, like, this is not a crazy hot shit group buy where everything is gonna be perfect, or they'll send it back to redo even though it costs more money or whatever.
Redo.
So let's be really clear here, guys. The Rect 1800 is like that, and honestly, it's very nice. I mean, like, these are things. These are things. Like, some things aren't perfect, and it's good that they're disclosing, hey, this isn't that kind of a group buy.
Yeah,
this is
I think so.
More high rate production, and I'm actually happy that they're doing that, because it's still.
Hamshot First says Vaporwave dropping tomorrow at 12 EDT. By the way, $50 for those keycaps is not bad.
Yeah, that's for the double shot PBT ones, right?
Yeah.
That's not bad. I mean, they won't be GMK Vaporwave, but I think that's okay as long as everybody understands.
I have I really like that they're being upfront with what the expectation should be.
Sure. Same as what Canon Keys did with Rect. Honestly, same kind of deal, and I appreciate it a lot. Wish GMK would post a quality standard, because GMK has some blunders lately in regards to warp spacebars and inconsistent legends. Oh yeah, inconsistent legends. I have waves, guys. I have waves. Let's be real clear about this. Waves that escape. Man, I've showed it on stream a couple times. It's bad. It's bad. The letters are not aligned. It's scuffed AF. Not to brag, but I got the last 3 S-Craft Pokemon I needed in the last GB, and it lasted 30 minutes as well. Nice. Nice.
So you did catch them all, T-Wheels.
Gotta catch them all. Yeah, that waves one you showed was a travesty. No joke, Danibus. Seriously though, it was like disgust, man. Like, come on, GMK, get your shit together. We pay a lot of money for these keycaps, and I like GMK a lot, but like, quit scuffing my keycaps before you send them to me. Redo if you know it's trash like that. Do some QC, man. Shots fired. Sorry, boys.
No, I'm just reading. Hamshot first says, I want to buy anything from Rama, but by the time they send it to me, the next George R.R. Martin book might be out. That's true.
Oof. Oof. That's rough, dude. That's rough, boys. That's rough, boys. Okay, let's
And maybe we'll be lucky and they'll redo the ending of Game of Thrones.
don't count on it.
GMK needs some competition. I agree.
I do too. I do too. Anybody want to go in on getting molds made?
Right.
I mean, that's how that gets done, by the way. Straight up. So I can't.
Infinity's trying, I think.
No, I mean, it's not EBS though. I think EPBT is actually kind of trying. So I don't know what customer wants for bottom row. I can't recall. I think.
Wasn't the ending of Game of Thrones really bad or something? I personally did not like the ending. I was very upset about it. But we have no idea what the actual ending is supposed to be because the book isn't written yet. Hamshot first. I'd like the cat profile keycaps, to be honest. T-Wheel says I ordered some caps from Keeb Caps on April 25th and they'll still haven't come. Ouch.
Like, you ordered new production keycaps? Like in stock things?
Ninewalker says EPBT needs to stop with the scooped plus bars on homing keys, then I'll be back on board.
Fair. I'm not hating, man. I understand.
Kiplian, thanks for the follow.
Kiplin, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Anybody who isn't already following, think about hitting that follow or that sub button. We'd love to hang out more with you guys.
And
keep in touch, get them notifications on. Head on over to those socials, do that same. Okay, so just making sure, this is what our top row, our bottom row looks like. It's all solid.
T-Will says, yeah, they're in stock. They're actually Tiffany blue to match the keyboard I sent for you to build. Ooh, I bet that's really pretty.
Uh-huh. Oh, why did I do that way?
Oh, that is nice.
Asking to break stuff off.
Oh, I like that they have a bunch of different color options. Not just purple. They have that pretty teal and a pink.
Perfect. Bottom row looks good. All's well. Okay. right, boys, girls. We got the bottom row all set up, correct? Oof. We'll fix that. Okay, so I think it's about time for us to figure out what keycap set we want to roll on here, and then I'm gonna solder this thing together. Oh, hold on. RamaWorks prototype, the Kara. I'll post that up so you guys can look at that. Or TSC, you there? All right, we're gonna do GMK Modern Dolch. The
Give me
Moda.
1 second. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay. GMK Modern Moto.
Bolivian V2. Monochrome. And olive.
An olive? Not peaches and cream?
No, not peaches and cream.
All right. And we will, how about 5 minutes for a run on that?
Oh, you can make it 10. It doesn't matter.
I can make it
I'm gonna
5,
solder
10. How long?
Make it 10.
All right, I'll make it 10.
Let people, stew.
All right. Poll is up.
I still have
Go
to
ahead and
solder
stew,
everything,
people. Stew.
Speaking of which, did anybody see
GMK Burgundy.
Stuber?
I don't think you have Burgundy yet.
I don't. I got in on the most recent round of Burgundy, but I don't have it as of now. I don't have it right meow. What?
We always have Moto. Bouncy says, we always have Moto. Let's have a change. Just want so many channel points.
Let's have what?
Just some different keycaps.
Do you should I be removing stuff? Is that what should be going on?
No, I'm like still, I can't remember the full catalog of all the keycaps that you have available.
I'll tell you what. We need to make a list.
Yeah, we do. We need an actual catalog. The color of the case is silver, right?
It's silver.
Is it dark silver or light silver?
No, it's not gray, which is dark. It's silver, which is light. It
Okay,
can't wear
so it's
Shoko
actually
because mine's
silver.
got Shoko.
Laguber, we do need Burgundy. I think you, though. Did you get on Bingsu?
No, but I did get in on Burgundy. I just don't have it yet.
And you got in on a bunch of stuff. It's just not there yet.
Yeah, no joke. So
Like I
I'm
think you got on
trying.
Black Lotus.
I got 2 full sets of Black Lotus.
I'm so jealous. I should have gotten in on that and I didn't.
I agree.
I'm a silly person.
Yar. So basically, I'm trying to decide right now because I'm trying like not to spend a ton of money, but at the same time, I'm considering getting blue and red samurai in the drop that closes in like 2 days. And then I don't know what else is open right now. I can't remember. Oh, Moto 2. I'm thinking about getting in on Moto 2.
What about 808 when that comes out?
Wait, what? Are they rerunning 808?
Rerunning?
Oh, 808.
808, not 8008.
Yeah. Of course I'm getting in on 808. That shit is hot.
That's gonna be an awesome set.
808 boom. And Infinity, so it'll be available fast too. Nightshade GB goes
Teal
live in a couple
said-
days, similar to Black Lotus. Agreed.
Nice. I love it.
Nightshade's
Dennis,
gonna be
can you post
beautiful,
a
and I
link?
will definitely get that.
Let me see. The Gooper says,
It'll also
or no, Teal Rice says, did you see GMK Rouge or Rogue? The kit flopped hard. Oh dear.
Post. But yes, I do know what
No,
you're
that's
talking about.
Rouge. Derp. Sorry. Too much reading today. One lap down says I got both Samurais, Moto, and Boneyard.
It's painful, isn't it?
Oh man, Teal got Blue, Moto 2, Cat Explosion, EBBT, Cool Kids, GMK, White on Black. Wow. Infinity 808, yes. 808 is DSA, so that's a no for me.
Wait, what's DSA?
I don't think 808 is DSA.
No, it's going to be Infinity, which is
yeah,
Cherry.
it's Infinity.
It's going to be PBT though, if that's what you're wondering, if that's what you meant to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. It's going to be Infinity, which is Cherry.
So what do we have right now? We have 26 votes for Moto. We have 101 votes for Oblivion. We have 2 votes for Monochrome and 3 votes for Olive.
Yeah. I mean, we got time still.
Bouncy, you don't like 808?
That's all good, man. I mean, 808 is
Thank
really
you,
like a
Davis.
nostalgia piece. So you have to kind of be into 808, like the Roland 808.
Oh,
To
I
really
like
want
those
it, I think.
novelties a lot.
On what?
On Nightshade.
Did he post the link? He did, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Going.
That is pretty, and I want it. That will look beautiful. Oh, and that dusk mat. Damn.
So I'm definitely getting in on Nightshade for what it's worth. Blind Assassin, but I have a board coming that will match this colorway pretty well. Does he have a render of it on there? I mean, I've seen a render of it on the board that that I'm gonna have, so I know what it'll look like, and its color is made to match it, so it'll look beautiful. Anyway, I do like those novelties too. They're beautiful. Nightshade, a group buy. It's not in group buy yet. It will be though. It's probably gonna run on TKC if I had to guess, right? Because it's Blind Assassin. Does it say that? TSC, you there?
Sorry, what was that?
Does the GB or the interest check for it say that it will be running through the key company or TKC?
I'm reading through it right now.
If you look
Give me
at
a sec.
proxies, pretty sure it will.
Yeah, the key company. Others to be decided. Date June. Sometime.
Yeah, it's not running yet, right? I think it's running at the end of the month.
Very shortly though.
Yeah, like in a few days. Isn't that what One Lamp Down said?
Yeah, I think
Or
so.
no, not One
Hang
Lamp Down. Mineral.
Yeah.
Who said that? Somebody said that. I feel bad. Oh, is Mizu R2 open up same time?
I'm not busy reading the poll. I'm reading the thing. I only voted my 1 vote on this one.
I only voted 1 vote too.
I say Mizu opens up.
I mean,
into-
I can only vote 1 vote for what it's worth.
You can use channel points, but
I can't.
I mean,
I have infinity
think-
channel points, and I can't vote more than once.
yeah.
Also, I'm pretty busy, so I haven't been clicking
Bouncy,
away.
it's the 808 set is like based on
The synthesizer, the Roland 808.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I understand if people aren't into it. Like, even
Sure, but
Jeff,
it's definitely
Mr.
a nostalgia piece for like
Langelandia
music
would.
that was made on an 808 back in like the 80s and 90s.
Or even now, technically.
Or yeah, no, because they're still being used.
Yeah, absolutely they are. But I mean, that's not when they were popularized. That's not now. That's a nostalgia thing. I think
Bonzi's
it's cool
saying,
because
nah,
of that.
like I said, I made music on an 808. Me personally, I helped, but I still made
Still don't like the colorway.
music on it. I know the 808. I just like the key set. Okay.
Yeah, which is totally good, dude. I understand. I totally understand, but I'm definitely gonna get it.
Not every key set's gonna be everyone's cup of tea.
So here's an example of one that I really like for nostalgia, but I understand people not being completely in love with. DSA Galaxy Class. Like, or Future Funk, right? Stuff like that, where you're just like, I understand. The colors clash. By today's standards, they're not aesthetically appealing even. Fight me, I guess. I like them, but I mean, it is what it is.
Oh yeah, the colors are very, very retro.
So, Mineral 4X,
Like-
sorry, I cannot hear you, Bouncy. Mere mortals shall not pick fights with me in the stream. Your messages are
Let
being
me
lost
highlight
in
them
chat.
for you then, no problem.
Let me.
Who's spamming Oblivion V2? Good key cat set for Easter weekend. You guys are so funny.
Wow.
Bouncy, oh man, I'm sitting. You guys want to do guesses on how many channel points I have?
Let's not.
Oh come on.
But I mean, you're in every stream, every time, the entire time, because
Yes.
you're a great mod.
Yes, I am.
Do you want to guess how many I have?
0.
No. So when I click down on channel points,
in between bounce down's guesses.
when I click down on channel points, it shows the infinity symbol. But I can't spend them on anything. I've tried to click more than once to just see what would happen, and it does not give me that option in polls or whatever. I haven't tried it in
To date,
But yeah.
to date, currently, right now, before the end of the stream, I will get more. I have 143,467 channel points. Fight me.
Yes, but I do not want you to sway most votes. Or even all.
And I won't.
Like, it's democracy.
And it looks like Oblivion V2 won our other vote. And
Did it
It's
really?
Marius contributed 2,650 channel points.
Wow, it's me, Amarius. Man, you are like, you really want Oblivion on this
It's a
board.
me, Marius.
It's a me, Amarius. Okay, man. Like, people fought you, and you won.
You fought the law, and you won.
Well, I mean,
Way to go, you.
way to go, you. Yeah, that's pretty impressive, man. You spent a bunch of points on this. You must really want Oblivion V2. And that's fine, because I actually like Oblivion V2. I know a bunch of people are like, Oblivion, but I think it's a good keycap set. I mean, crap, I bought it, right? But I will warn you that all I've got is the monochrome set. Like, I only have Oblivion monochrome.
All those esports things paid off. Nice.
Right? Undo points. I mean, it is Oblivion V2. It's just the one I have. Undo points. Penguin droppings all mad. Okay, penguin droppings. If you're actually mad about it, message me. I'll figure out a way to reward you.
It's me, Marius says, I like Moto and currently using it on my main board, but it's a bit overplayed. Okay, Penguin's not actually mad.
Oh, okay.
Let's not make Penguin mad. We just made her a thing.
I know. I was like, oh.
XV riot, Penguin, let's riot.
Look, I have the best Oblivion V2 in my opinion. Aww, I need to switch pull that one. All right, man, we're almost done.
He likes to make me riot, says Penguin. Let's save my riot energy for apiary
For
stream.
apiary stream, yeah. I was like, I feel like I
Table
should
flip.
feel like I should help you. I should save that energy on your behalf for apiary stream. Oh man, I need to go participate in apiary stream more. I love watching apiary. And I like her. She's actually really cool. I met her in person one time and I was like, man, she's super cool. I hope she's really successful. And then I drove back from Utah and I like literally threw her stream on like while I was driving so that I could listen to it. Cause I mean, she was like mostly lubing switches or whatever. Apiary is good people. It's very obvious that she's good people. No, so because she loved that. Wait, what? Did you get wrecked yet? Oh yeah. Look, it's a great board. I got wrecked and it's beautiful. Also, I know she's busy. She does a lot of board builds. So generally speaking, if you're like the mod or your friend or whatever and somebody's building for you, you know, you kind of like let them be relaxed with how they build your board on the timeline so they can get through all the other customer stuff. I mean, you did. I built your board and it was like,
That's true.
welcome to waiting a little while. Okay.
Welcome to Waitsville.
So
It's all right.
4, 1. This one should be, hold on. Well, this, the one that my index finger is on is gonna be a, is gonna be the, what's it called? The function layer that's pre-programmed into this. And it's gonna be, if I hit, yeah. I don't know if you guys just heard it, but that was reset, right? So
Bouncy just says, now that I've seen you remove that switch, Josh, a fun story. I was struggling so hard to remove the switch from my KBD 67, even though it was hot swap, until I realized I shouldn't grab the switches at 9 and 3 o'clock, but rather at the top and the bottom.
Yeah. Those little clips are
like
definitely
FNK man.
I bet
It shouldn't be that hard.
And that little tiny tab of plastic on either side, that's what was preventing you from succeeding. How do you feel? Defeated by a little tiny piece of plastic? Because I've done that. I did that when I first started too, and I was like, what is going on right now?
Plastic 1, Bouncy 0.
Yeah, and if it's not a fixed plate, then like sometimes you just rip the top right off because the little legs will splay out and come off on the top case of the switch. That's rough. Probably easier to remove solder with my bare hands than that. Yikes, don't do that. Okay, so we're gonna set this over here because we're gonna need it. Let's set this stuff off to the side, get rid of this back up, right? We're done soldering, hopefully, for today. All right. Hopefully we're done filing too. We're gonna put that away. Okay, boys and girls. So HBCP. Let's put her together. See how she looks. Do 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 do. Oh no. So for what it's worth, you should put this side in after, not first.
Bouncy says, I thought it would be easier to remove solder with my bare hands than that.
Yeah, I read.
No,
And it would be.
it probably would be. Oh, there's gonna be new Keeb plushies.
What are they?
Yes. Keebub and Keeblurg. It's
Keeblurg?
a switch with a keycap. And
And it comes out.
yeah, no, they attach together to each other.
Did you post? Oh. They attach to each other. Oh my gosh. That is so cool, guys.
Oh.
When do those go on sale? Not safe for work. Actually, not safe for work, though. Tab
Oh,
A,
they're
slot B.
handmade out of fleece and felt, so they're not perfect. That's adorable.
No, I want that. I need. That's beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna put the top on, but an important thing to remember here is we have O-rings. And we have little bump-ons. So we're gonna take our little bump-ons out for the main case. I love the bump-ons that were used in this board, by the way. They're little. And then the O-rings for the Burger Mountain. We are Burger Mountain this bad boy. So with this board, there are little recesses in the top case.
Mineral, I agree.
What did Mineral say?
Mineral says, I think the cap should be squinting, not the bottom one. That's funny.
There.
I can't believe those are handmade. That's not like sewn, well, like they're not mass produced is what I was saying.
Yeah, of course.
That's so cute.
Like that person is very crafty. So we got, it looks like one extra. Okay.
Bonus parts.
Well, I mean, there's only that many places for it to go, so. Okay. So this is actually going to be the fairly tricky part. So we're gonna snap this in, right? We're gonna snap this in, and then we're gonna insert. So it's gonna have to go at an angle like this down and then push in. Okay, so we've snapped the daughter board in, and now we're going to, we don't want to disturb those too much, those little what's it called, the little O-rings, burgers. Okay, now if you look, it'll kind of push out, and that's fine because if we push up on it, it all seats down just fine. Okay, so I'll leave it like this and get the little plate screws in. So my one criticism of this would be that there's Phillips screws used, but I do kind of understand where Heine was going with Phillips in this one case, and I'll explain why. So generally use Phillips in low torque situations because they don't do well with high torque. And in this case, because there's a burger there, you're not actually trying to squeeze it down all the way. I mean, you don't want it to be super tight, is what I'm getting at. So you don't want it to be like loose at all, but you definitely don't want it to be tight, you know? So we're actually tightening it down to all the way snug and then just loosening it just a tiny little bit. We're not like letting it get loose, but we're not like just cramming it down there. Back it off an eighth of a turn to a quarter turn or something. Probably not even a quarter. Like an eighth. Okay, and then there's our top, and that should all be good. Now the difference between the prototype and this one is actually in the bottom case. So we're gonna flip this over real quick. Before we do put the bump-ons on, I want to explain. In the prototype, this shelf right here, let me grab this plastic spudger so I don't scratch anything. So the height right there, so if we're looking at this vertical thing as the height, all around was 1 millimeter shorter on the prototype. And what that meant is, even with these MX pins, you had to clip all the pins flush with at least the bottom of the switch housing itself, because normally they protrude up a little bit. You had to clip them flush. So the internal volume is small on this board to begin with, but it was actually a little bit smaller originally even than it is now. And that does mean that the sound characteristic on this non-prototype board might actually be very slightly different. Like this board might have more sound that comes out of it as a result. I love the way the prototype one sounds, so I am curious to see how this is in comparison. If it sounds any different at all, if it sounds the same. For science, I'm very curious.
For science.
For science, as Heimerdinger says.
Yes.
Okay. So we got the bump-ons on. Flip this bad boy over. This one says HBCP. I don't think mine actually says that. Right. We'll snap this on there. Ooh, you know what we're gonna do before anything? So there's one thing, if you look, you can see the wire poking out. We're gonna fix that. That is something that should not be happening. That could, in the end, cause problems. So we're gonna loosen here, 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 here a little bit. We're gonna take our little plastic spudger tool. You know what? I actually might need to remove the whole plate from the top. That would be a bummer. I forgot. It compresses down on that side. Okay, now there's a gap in there. I think with the first one, with the proto, we had to actually kind of bend it out of the way. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna remove these, which is gonna be kind of a pain. Sorry. Sorry, guys and girls. No, I don't want to flip the top case over because, whoop.
Wire got stuck. Bouncy.
Yeah, the wire on the to connect to the daughter board is long enough that it needs to kind of be bent out of the way so it doesn't get trapped between the plate and the plate So I'm literally just kind of reaching up there and pushing it toward the top. And we lost one of these, which may necessitate us redoing that whole thing over again anyway. No, it won't. Okay, we're gonna push down here. I'm gonna flip it over and look. And now you can see that there's no gap between the plate and the PCB, or the plate and the case there, which means that wire is tucked up in the void and not actually in the way. So we're just gonna sandwich this in. So while it is a relatively complex case to put together, it's so worth it. And I do believe you guys will agree with me. I'm actually going to tighten these all down all the way. This time, compress those little gaskety deals, and then I'll loosen them just a tiny hair after we've got it all together. I don't know. I think it's fiddly, but it's not nearly as fiddly as JO1 was when I put it together. But honestly, like, I am super happy with this board. So far. Wire got stuck. Yeah, so the wire, you don't want to pinch that wire so hard that it clips it, because you need that wire. Turns out all those daughter board wires are useful for the lights. Okay, now that we've tightened everything, we're gonna go back and just break these free from their absolute full tension torque. We're doing like an 1/8 or less of a turn, maybe even only like a 1/16. Okay, the wire is not
Kimchi
stuck.
Jody boy, greetings and hello. How are you doing?
Everything is
Doing
good.
pretty well.
What up, Kimchi Jody boy? Okay, and then the top should just go on the bottom
says,
like
are
that.
the threads are the threads reversed?
No, they are not reversed. No reversed threading going on here. I was backing them off. So I tightened them all the way to get even torque across it. And then I went back and I just backed them off a tiny little bit. And the reason I did that was because there's actually a little compression burger there on this board. So burger mount. and I want it to be able to. The build's going perfect though. Yeah, I wanted it to be able to take advantage of that since it was a design feature. So I'm happy that Heine switched this to stainless screws. The ones that I have are like nitride coated, I think. I'm not sure if it's nitride. How are you doing today, Kimchi Jody boy?
Kimchi Jody Boy says, I'm coming fresh off of DD Decline's 24-hour stream, so a bit drained, but honestly, it was such fun.
How did DD do?
Holy cow!
Was there a ton of
24
viewers?
hours.
Such a fun stream. Nice. What did he have planned? Did he do some cool things? Oh man, let me tell you. Please do. Please do, because I did not watch. So did we say we're doing Oblivion V2?
Yes, Oblivion V2. Also,
Greetings,
Ozzy.
Earthlings. How you doing, Ozzy?
Greetings. Greetings, Earthlings.
He had 6+ builds planned. He finished like 3.
Oh, man.
That's not that surprising. I'm sure he had a bunch of other stuff.
Did stuff just go wrong, or?
All right, penguin droppings.
10 hours for one board? Holy cow.
All right, so I'm gonna ask this question. Record build 10+ hours for one board. Oof, that's rough, man. What happened? What actually happened? Now I'm like super concerned.
Oh, it was just engaging with Chattelon.
Oh, okay.
So what is it, HBCP? It looks like you're making progress.
Oh yeah, it's together now. So here's what I've got though. Here's my question. And I am going to ask Mineral Forex, if you're in here and you can hear me. I asked if I said what set are we doing? Are we doing standard mods or the lighter ones? You spent a ton of points. Or sorry, not mods, alphas.
Captain Horrid, hi. Sorry couldn't make it earlier. Looking great.
Oh, you're all good,
Lighter
man.
mods.
Lighter, or sorry,
Kimchi
alphas you mean, right?
says,
That's what I
honestly, it was
meant.
one of the greatest and most fun streams I've been a part of. Lots of fun, great chat, mini meme. Later
Man,
mods,
that
later
sounds
alphas.
awesome. Well, I don't think there's later mod. Yeah, whatever. Later alphas. That's what I meant to say. Thank you.
Teal Rice is asking, should I pay $200 for the Sanctuary Rebirth PBT by Infinity set?
That's hard for me. That's hard
It
for
was
me.
originally $150.
Is it on? Are there extras right now, or are they coming out really soon? Tell me.
Kim Sheet says they also had 6 items that were given away to full minimal base, with all the kits were given away to a new guy who won his first Marbles run and his first giveaway. Holy cow. That's some beginner's luck.
That's awesome.
Bouncy says, man, I totally forgot how it is to put on keycaps on a numpad.
I'm considering getting
That is
Sanctuary Rebirth.
Yosoi Easy. That is a pretty specific set.
What is?
A full minimal base with all the kits. It was very specific.
Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of really is. Yeah, I'm kind of considering getting it even as extras.
The Luguber says the answer to spend is always yes. Bad influence. It's either for you or it isn't. That's very true.
Truth.
Watch the VODs. The RNG got to me. Penguin Dropping says it'll boil down to you if you like the colors.
Yep. Okay, so I saw them all
Bonzi
flash,
says-
which is good.
Hot take giveaways should always just be for subscribers. IMO. Mineral says Diablo set Sanctuary.
So the problem with the giveaways for subscribers is you can't do that. Like, unfortunately.
I mean, I guess you could do it in subscriber chat, but or is that against Twitch TOS?
No, so it has to do with gambling laws in the US. You could probably only post something in subscriber chat and then only subs would know, but you wouldn't be giving it away also through their interface. Like I don't know. It's a slippery situation.
When Teja gave away 3 sets, 3 people won that had been following for a week. Captain Horrid said, this is great as I was kind of planning on Oblivion with later alphas too, although I only have the...
You only have the what? Hello? Are you there, TSC?
What was it? Yeah, I'm here. What?
Only has the what? Cut out.
Hang on. This is great as I was kind of planning on Oblivion with lighter alpha too, although I only have the Git mods.
The Git mods. Okay.
Yeah. Mineral
the part
4
that I
says, I
missed.
bought it. I played a shit ton of Diablo, though I felt I had to. Yeah, that's fair.
I didn't get in on it
Penguin
originally,
says-
and I played a ton of Diablo 2, and I kind of want it now.
Yeah. Penguin says, isn't there a Nightbot that lets subscribers, that gives subscribers a higher chance to win? I'm not sure. There could be. Bouncy
No,
says,
so
oh, I see.
there
If you
are,
make it
but you're
sub
not
only,
allowed
people
to.
would have to spend money in order to gamble. Technically, yes, I think.
Yeah, it's gambling technically, and unless you have a gambling license.
Well,
Like a gaming
Yorn
license,
made a good
which you
point. He
don't.
said you can because non-subs can channel points to enter anyway.
Yeah, but I mean that's all a Twitch thing that you don't control,
Instead of doing it via marbles.
and that's a reward for playing. Yeah, I don't know about the marbles.
We see this at Teja giveaway on his YouTube. Diablo 4 looks sick. Yes, it looks really cool. Kimchi says, I see the logic behind the subs followers only logic, but giveaways
So-
are also a great way to make content
Teal
and
Rice?
gain new users. Teja's is a bit of an outlier because he's Teja. That's true.
Yeah, that's true. So here's the deal for me, Teal Rice. I don't like Diablo 3, but I do like Diablo 2. And let me explain. I am into competitive games. I like playing games where I'm fighting against other people. And for the most part, in Diablo 3, at least when it launched, that wasn't really an option. And my understanding is it isn't really an option now. So dang it. I don't want to put that there. That's not the right place. So I don't really like it. In Diablo 2, I never played softcore mode. Technically, you were supposed to have to play softcore and beat it to even get into hardcore, but I just ran the hardcore hack right when I started playing, and I never did it. So, like, I had friends that already played, so that was kind of how we rolled that. So yeah. Just, that's just where I'm at with it.
So Kimchi asks, outside of PC, PlayStation or Xbox? I'm gonna probably go with neither.
For me? Oh yeah, neither. I never really, PlayStation if I had to choose. Because Gran Turismo.
Sure. Laguber,
But
thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. Get some
Goober,
sleep.
thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. Mineral 4X says there may be a loophole. Like when I was younger, a friend used to throw private parties, sell mugs for $10 a piece. Did not have a liquor license. The beer was free. Yeah, I've been to a barber shop actually, where your haircut includes a free beer. I was like, that's kind of cool. I mean, I don't really want the beer, but I mean, I like beer just fine, but like sometimes I don't want a beer. And I went there the first time I went there, they were like, no, it's included. And I was like, yeah,
Gran Turismo was fun though.
but like I don't want one right now.
I actually have played Gran Turismo, and it's probably one of my favorite games. Although I used to
For
always get that
console?
little itty bitty Daihatsu thing. I'm just like, it's like, meh, like running around the track at like 25 miles an hour.
Whatever, you do what you do. Yeah, I played Gran Turismo 2, 3, 4, and I've played a little bit of 5 before on a friend's thing, but I never really got that into it. Not because I wouldn't have wanted to, just because I didn't. Did you know?
Joey Sizzles, thank you for the follow.
Joey Sizzles, thanks so much for that, man. Appreciate that. Anybody who's not already subbed or followed, consider going up or down or wherever and hit it up. One Palm Down says iRacing blows Gran Turismo out of the water. Okay, I mean, I'm down. Like, I'm totally down.
Ozzy says, nice. Could we do that with whiskey on this chat?
Wait. Oh, giving away whiskey?
You get whiskey or beer included with the sub.
Hey, I got a lot of whiskey, but I'm not going to be giving it away. Sorry.
Bouncy, see you later. Have a good night.
Take it easy, Bouncy. Bye, man. Have a great day or night.
Joey says, I just made my first keyboard 3D model. That's awesome.
That is really awesome, actually.
Are you gonna
Congratulations. Post pictures.
Yeah, post some pics. We'd love to see them.
Down to C.
The case doesn't look silver from this angle. It absolutely does look off-white.
Well, I'll send you guys a
But
different
obviously
angle.
we'll see the over-the-shoulder cam. But
Yeah.
Kimchi says, a loophole I fully welcome, but one that I can definitely see getting businesses in trouble. But the one I go to is privately owned with an actual liquor license.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually
Unicorn.
fine to give away. You are allowed to give away alcohol if you want to.
Yeah. Unicorn, thank you so very much for tuning in. They'll be off to bed since it's just turned midnight. See you next time.
All them late times. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Okay.
Yeah, you can put an Imgur link in here. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You're more than welcome
it's
to.
silver,
in fact.
but it looks like it definitely looks quite retro or beige.
I thought there were arrows. Are there blue arrows that
Solar
came
Flare,
with this?
thank you for the follow.
Were there not blue arrow keys that came with this keycap set? If there were, I have them. I just don't know where they are. That's why I'm asking. I do not know. So I think this is page down.
Saluji, welcome.
Solji? Saluji? Where are we?
Saluji.
Oh, Solji Osu.
Kimchi.
How you doing, man?
Solji Osu. Don't know if you're in the chat, but thank you for the sub. Ungodly Design. Night.
Ooh, you said if you like
Unicorn.
scotch, check out Flaviar. You know what's really cool is I actually just recently got in on Flaviar, man. I really did, and I do like it. I mean, I've been into good whiskeys for a long time, but like, I did not know about that place until somewhat recently. And I am quite happy that I learned about it. Insert page up. So I think I'm gonna use these. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. And then were there, I feel like dumb, were there blue arrows? Ooh, that model is
That looks
freaking
nice.
awesome, Joey Sizzles. I like that. That's freaking cool. It's interesting having those extra support there in the middle. Having that extra support there in the middle. I'm gonna totally look at that more later, if you don't mind.
I agree. That looks
Sorry,
awesome.
my keyboard right is not so hot. I think it looks fine. I think it looks good. It's interesting for first model. All right, there we go, boys and girls.
Ooh, ooh.
I think that's what we want.
Typing test time.
Yar, typing test. So I want to actually hear this board compared to the other one.
Primitive programmer, thank you for the follow.
What up, primitive programmer? Thank you so much. Very curious. Okay, over the shoulder view. All right, so I'm gonna mute my mic and put it in the right position.
I think they both look lovely. I'm still a bigger fan of Shoko on that board than anything. But that's because I love that set. Yeah, the purple light is kind of messing with the color.
The purple light.
Joey says, so what are you testing for right now?
So right now I'm just kind of feeling the stabilizers and making sure they feel good and they sound good. So give me 1 second, I'll actually make this a little better. In fact, hold one moment. I shall return very briefly. All right.
So the top one
Gotta
is
silence
Oblivion,
some
is GMK
things.
Oblivion R2, and the
Silencing things so you guys can hear a little better. So I'm not sound polluting my own area so much. You're gonna have to read comments to me. Sorry, I cannot see them
That's
so
okay.
well. But I will click on that Reddit link so it's up there. Okay, so so right now I'm gonna change my sound settings to turn my compressor and turn off my noise gate, turn off the compressor. Now you guys can probably hear a bunch of really loud things, background noise. Thank you so much, the unknown German, for that follow. I appreciate it.
yes, thank you, the unknown German, for the follow. That does sound nice. They both sound beautiful.
Yeah, I don't think it fundamentally sounds different. I mean, obviously, The switches add a different character. There's differences, and those differences are mostly related to the switches in the build. But I don't hear different resonance or anything in there that I can tell.
I didn't notice at all.
That makes me extraordinarily happy, guys, because I was actually very. These are retooled MX Blacks that are lubed and filmed.
And the ones on your HBCP are
Zelio V2s.
Zelio V2s. 68 grams?
78 grams.
78 grams.
There's no 68.
I was close.
67. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying.
Price is Right rules. I was close. I didn't go over.
You were. I don't love the way this stab sounds. I mean, it actuates just fine. It doesn't rattle. It doesn't have the same rebound sound, which is really bizarre to me. I don't know. I see some like slight crookedness.
Sounds a little scratchier.
It is scratchier, yeah. But I mean, it's well lubed, but it is. So I go to the overhead, right? I see like, if I look at it, like I see this keycap looks a little crooked. This one actually does not. It's lined up with the one above and below it, but this one looks maybe a little crooked. And then I see that right here too. If you look at the H and the Y, it probably isn't. I will go back and make sure that they're snapped down correctly before I send this board back to the customer. However, like there's PCB legs and stuff, so they should be perfect. I don't know if they are, and maybe it's just the keycaps or my vision. But either way, we're gonna get to a typing test. I just wanted to take a look. But for now, are we using monkey type or are we using English? Or are we using
type?
Fast Fingers? You like monkey type, don't you?
I do. Does that one have this key set on it?
I don't know. Is there an Oblivion? Oblivion.
Let's find out.
Boom. Oblivion. Okay. There is Oblivion. Okay, boys and girls. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for a...
Put your guesses in the chat.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Oh, come on. I'm redoing. Sorry,
Yeah,
that really
I was
bothered
gonna
me
say,
right off the bat.
Redo.
Right off the bat. I was like, grrr. It's totally throwing me off. Okay.
I may need to amend my guess.
So it was really bad. Man, I was having a really hard time there. I feel actually really bad and kind of want to do another. Like, the light weight of these springs is totally throwing me off today. Like, I'm so used to not doing exactly
I think
that
one
thing.
lap down gets it.
Does he? Mm-hmm. Well, one lap down. Thank you so much, man. Okay, I'm going to do another, though, because, man, I feel like I was totally throwing that. 71. Okay. Where's the redo? I wish it said redo. And yeah, the light and linear switches without feedback are totally throwing me today. Sorry, boys and girls. Sorry.
One lap down gets it.
One lap down, man. You're just in tune with my typing, apparently. I wish that you
Again,
weren't.
nicely
I wish
done.
that you were not, however, because
Tinfoil hat time.
yeah, because I want to be better at this thing, not worse.
Unknown German says, do retooled blacks sound very different to the older ones?
Okay, so there's. I'm gonna turn the music on, and I'll. Man, I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that in a sec. All right, that might have been
And
a little
today
loud for
in
you
key
guys.
smashing.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, that was probably really loud. Feels bad.
The Ragin says, I just came back and this board looks sick. It looks amazing.
Shock's muted. Sorry, man. That's rough. Yeah. So, I was saying, Ray, it does look sick, man. I hope you really like it. Got to get some of that
Oh,
COVID
you want this
ISO
side by
aggression
side.
out somewhere. Might as well be on this board. Oh, wait. Who wants it side by side? Of the two HBCPs sitting here, technically there's another one in the house. I just don't have I don't have the PCB to build it. All right. I'll do a side by side.
He sleeps on them. He uses his HBCP as a pillow.
Yeah. There we go. These are the two of them. I actually think Oblivion V2 almost looks a little better. There's another one in the house. I don't think it's silver though. And then I will have another one. This one's mine. This is
That
customers.
steel blue on Shoko, I think, looks amazing. I
do
think
too.
that like reflects the silver in the case really nicely.
I actually think they both look really beautiful.
It
I don't
ties
think I
the
could-
board together.
I
It's
like
the rug
Shoko
from
more
Lebowski.
as a key set, but I don't think that one of these colorways looks particularly more beautiful for the board. Yeah, I think I like the Oblivion a little bit more just because the contrast is higher, but I don't like Oblivion more as a set than Shoko. Whatever. Thanks, Ray. This one's mine. This is my daily driver since July of last year. If you do that math, you'll realize that this is a prototype. But you saw this prototype right after I built it at Seattle. TSC corner on this one lap down. I understand. All right, so
That's a good corner to be in.
asked a question, the unknown German. So generally speaking, there's multiple generations of MX blacks, right? So there's vintage, so fairly old, and that term is somewhat loaded because some of them are really scratchy and some of them are really great. Depends kind of on how they aged, how they were used, etc. Then there's pre-retooled blacks, which are generally considered to be like the least good, and they kind of were scratchier. Then there were retooled blacks, which were refreshed molds. And then there's technically one other in there that we're not gonna really talk about, which is like
Retools are pure sand.
post vintage pre-retooled, but whatever, we won't get too into it. So there was retooled, right? And those are generally referred to as really smooth. And then there's kind of like post retooled retools. So where the molds kind of wore out and they're not as tight. I have a feeling that's what's actually in here. They seem a little scratchier than those first iterations of retools, which are a lot closer to like GAT ink smoothness. Pre-retools are pure sand. I have some pre-retools. I have Vince that are both good and scratchy, different ones, obviously. I have like where I could not get them to not be scratchy. They were worse than pre-retools, IMO. But I also have Vince that are really good and really clean. I have, I don't know. I have a bunch of different blacks, but the first iterations of retools are honestly my favorites. You have some pre-retools that are soaked in 205. Yeah, that's how some of my scratchiest Vince are. So it's a pre-built OEM. When did you buy it? That's gonna be the easiest way. Oh, review for the tube says I have an absolutely amazing batch of retooled that are amazing. Really?
Hey, review for the tube.
That is kind of interesting. That link you sent me is really cool, TSC.
Oh, I have another one. Hang on. I was just gonna send you this.
2012. So hold
so
on.
dumb,
So the
but-
Unknown German, you have pre-retools. You absolutely have pre-retools. Like pre-2018 would be pre-retools and post-Vint.
Sunshiny says the backslash and the tilde key in the alpha color for the base kits looks like a different shade to me than the mod.
The what? The backslash and tilde. This? It is. It totally is. That is a different shade, and so is that. And the reason for that is because I used. So if you look at Oblivion, you will notice that that's an alpha color. So I used the not monochrome, or sorry, the not Hamagoro, because these are called Hamagoro. These are monochrome. I used the monochrome alpha colored ones, and that was a mistake. So let me fix that. I can fix that real quick. Okay. Keycap puller, where you at? Here's one. Thank you for catching that, because something looked off to me earlier and I couldn't tell what it was. Fixed. Totally fixed. Man, good eye. Good eye. We'll go to the overhead view. So the Unknown German, are they worth lubing then, using the old plate and switches for a little custom build, or learning to solder, lubing / using filmed and lube black inks right now? That's a really good question. I think if you're in a state where you're willing to learn to solder anyway, then you just learn to desolder and resolder, and then you use GAT inks, which are objectively better than pre-retools.
This OEM SteelSeries is from 2010 with blacks pre-tooled then.
Yeah, they are pre-retools. If they're pre-2018, they're going to be pre-retools.
So
maybe pre-late 20, I don't know. Pre-2018, I think pretty much is the cutoff. I may be a little off there. There may be some play in 2017, but I'm not sure. No, I'm pretty sure it's pre-2018. Anyway, it is worth lubing them once you've taken them apart, but you have to desolder them anyway. So I would recommend, if you're gonna desolder them to do anything with, I would just get GAT inks or get alpaca linears and film them. Switch filmed and lubed alpacas, I think, are the premium the number 1 premium feeling linear right now.
Medhatox. Hello from
Medhatox.
Egypt. Hello.
Medhatox, thanks so much. Welcome.
Medhatox.
And I hope it's going well in Egypt. So I have purple trash or purple Yak purple trash pandas, drop holy pandas, Zelio V2s, our T1s we're looking into for a different board as well. I don't think T1s are better than Zelio V2s or holy pandas. Just my 2 cents though. I can tell. Yeah, if you like tactiles, I think holy pandas and Zelio V2s are the best thing you can buy just outright. And if you want like the craziest, most premium, but pretty difficult to deal with and build and pretty expensive, then you can build Zycos. And we have a command for that. It's
Bang Zycos.
Yep,
Or
bang.
exclamation point Zycos.
It's right there. That'll kind of explain what they are. Just saw my YouTube ep. Nice, thanks, man. So that's the Kalanope stuff, and I hope that you really get into that. Technically different from my YouTube channel, which you should follow both or sub to both, I guess. And if you guys aren't already subbed or followed, it's somewhere around bottom or top. I can't recall right now off the top of my head, but please go ahead and hit that follow button and stay in touch here, because we do this twice a week.
We do.
As far as the YouTube stuff, we're trying to release pretty regularly, but we're just kind of getting into the swing of it.
But like life and some other things. Sunshiny, thank you for the follow.
Thanks for that follow, Sunshiny. I don't know if I caught the unknown German, but thank you too.
The Halo True Stems are the peach colored ones from Drop, right?
They are.
Blader U.
They are Blader U. Yep. The peach colored ones. The clears are.
Switch Gat Black Ink and Holy Panda Springs.
Would I switch Gat Black Ink and Holy Panda Springs? Like with each other, or you mean just replace them outright? I think that that's a really hard one. Yes, you could always get a decent TX spring or Sprit if that's your game in the weight that you want, though again, I don't really promote Sprit, so like I don't like to promote Sprit, but they are an option, or Cat Wee Wee or something like that. Some other people are selling them too. I think, doesn't Prime sell some now? I don't know, people are selling them. Yes, you could replace with a more premium spring in both cases. Cat Black Inks
I know
aren't
I'm a
terrible.
blogger. I know the struggle to keep content coming, and it's not that we don't have, like, I have content that I can edit, because the guys have been really great about helping me make content, but I just haven't had the time to edit it.
Yeah, it's editing time, not the creation. We actually spend
Yeah.
a decent amount of time making content. Yeah, not into each other. Okay, yeah, I would replace either one with a good TX spring. I think is good. Originator sells Sprit, you believe? Yeah, I think you're right. It does, Ozzy. It really does. But we're trying, and I think we're getting there. We're falling into a rhythm.
I think so. And I'm honestly learning Premiere along the way.
Right.
It's not something that I had a whole lot of experience with, but it's fun. It's fun, and it's just it definitely, the learning piece adds to the editing time. But you know, how else do you get good at something as other than trial and error and keep it on?
So I think there may be a very small difference in the production board with the gap that exists right here versus the gap that exists right here. I think it might be ever so slightly greater on this board, because if I push down, I can feel the spacebar drag, but if I push down here, there's no drag. It doesn't drag along the inner part of the case. You're doing great with the 2 streams I've seen. Thanks, Ozzy. I appreciate that, man. We are really trying. I'm trying with the stream, but we're also trying with Kalanopes, and I think it's doing okay. I like it. I'm happy with it. Once you get the hang of it,
someone
comes
who
like
works
second
in the
language.
entertainment industry, editing can be one of the most extensive processes along with video production, and the time can vary greatly depending on level of editing quality. But once you get the hang of it, it becomes like a second language. Yeah, I'm actually in learning development, so I do a lot of video development in my day-to-day job, just not in Premiere. I do a lot more like animation and things like that.
Yeah, so One Lap Down says one take,
Yeah.
no editing required. So
Yeah, I wish.
for the most part, we do that. Actually, we do pretty
we
long
try to
segments.
Well,
Yeah,
we
but-
try to keep it pretty natural, even if there's some goofiness in there, which I think is fun.
Yeah, but sometimes there's visual aids. So you guys haven't seen that until
Yeah.
this most recent one, but sometimes there's visual aids that are required or whatever, where we don't want to show like a keyboard on the stream. So I will say that there's a part of us that really doesn't want to flex our boards and make it like a oh, this is the top end of the top end, whatever, blah blah keyboard thing. No, I know you're joking, but this is actually a serious thing. So for Kalanopes, we don't really want it to just be like a continuous keyboard flex, right? We want it to be educational, and pulling up a flex or continuously doing that is antithetical to having good educational content to some extent. So we really want to like engage you guys and discuss, use visual aids like that are our own where it makes sense, but it isn't but it doesn't seem tacky or gaudy or like we're just trying to say, oh my god, look at how into keyboards we are.
Right.
Like how deep
Well,
into
there
the
are
hobby
some
we are
things-
and seem elitist.
There are some things that necessitate actual visual aids. Like in this last episode, we were talking specifically about keyboard profiles, and I had to go find pictures of all the things, and I inserted them into so people could understand what we're talking about and have some better context for what's being discussed.
Aussie, I
Because
totally
we're-
want to watch that video. I'm sorry, like that's awesome. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting. It's just that right there. That's cool. Sorry, TSC.
No, you're fine.
I totally cut you off.
But yeah, the beginner content is really what we're trying to gear this towards, is new people in the hobby, because we felt that there was a lot of the high-end stuff and there wasn't really a lot for as far as instructional things on, you know, if I'm new, what am I looking at? What does all this jargon mean? And we're trying to explain some of that stuff.
That's freaking awesome, man. So I really like photography, and I've gotten really into it at certain points, and like I think it's really cool, and that's actually one of the places where I took it from. So in photography, and obviously you made really cool beginner content, but for photography there's a ton of educational content that talks about how to do a thing, right? But the hobby is really large, or the profession is very large, whereas the keyboard thing is really niche and small, and there's a lot of just assumed, well, people who are in this thing know these things, but we only learned those things because we went and were like, hey, what is this thing these people are talking about, and asked and looked like complete noobs. Like, you can virtually become a professional at photographing things inside your garage with a backdrop and a freaking
I think
chair.
Kim,
At
I
least
missed
at
something
like
from Kimchi.
for portrait photography.
I do a lot
an
of
example.
e-learning development. So I do some of my own drawing.
Yeah.
But I'm not like a awesome animator or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just you do it professionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ozzy, yeah. I mean, like, people can, I'm not saying you're going to be as good as, you know, someone who's like really famous, but you can get really good. Like, in your garage and using YouTube and reading articles and stuff like that, but that doesn't exist in this hobby. And that's actually the kind of thing that we wanted to bring to it with the Calinops project. And the stuff that we're doing right now is like something we're internally at least referring to as a 101 series, where it's about like, hey, these are the basics. We'll get more into and dive deeper into other subtopics, but that's just not where we're at right now. We want to engage the beginners. Really, I didn't actually know that, Monster Lag, that Teja had started a brand new series doing that. I'm really interested in talking to him about it and seeing what he's doing. Maybe even collaborating with him on some stuff that he knows more about, or that we know more about, or whatever. Going back and forth. Though Teja is a pretty knowledgeable guy. I gotta be honest. I've talked to him, I've met him, he's a nice guy, and he does know what he's talking about. Yeah, I'll follow. Stash, thank you for the raid, man. Thank you so much for that raid.
Thank you, friend.
How was I gonna raid you? We're pretty much done, man. I was gonna raid you or somebody else. Probably you, if I'm being honest, if I saw you up. Thank you so much, man. So we built this today. You'll like it. We built this today with Oblivion V2 with the Hamagoro alphas. Or were you talking to somebody else? Good idea. Started DPS. Was all beginner content. I went intermediate as your readers grew up. That's actually really cool. Stash, yeah, man. I mean, it just is what it is. But thank you, seriously. I do appreciate that. And to Stash's viewers, what we did today is we built an awesome HBCP.
The keycaps on the bottom are Shoko.
Yeah, these are Shoko. This is my HBCP proto, and this is the full-blown GB1 of somebody else's, both in silver. What a great board. Love it. You'll like it.
Yes.
Yeah. That's TSC.
Yes.
I agree
I'm
with
the mod
you.
for the channel.
While you have problems with Chris's explanation of the keyboard hobby as a side hustle, the specific points he makes about information not many talk about when he's going through the physical buying build process is valid. Yeah.
And that's kind of where we
Scared.
started off with group buys with our first episode too.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to be sure that people understood. Can someone do something for you? Review for the tube. Ooh. What is it that you need, man? What is it that you need? What's going on, man? Everything all right?
Just give me a set of Shoko, thanks.
Sorry, buddy. Although I am planning on buying 2 when it runs. So now that Kono has said, hey, we're gonna like get behind the creator, we're gonna retract the release that we did, let them finalize everything and then release it. I'm actually pretty happy with it, and I will, well, when it releases, and I'm planning on buying 2 sets probably. Don't do that to your review. It's running. It's going to be running again soon. It actually started and then they stopped it. You slept like 4-ish hours. That's rough, man. That's totally rough. Me too, actually, kind of though. Like 4.5.
Monster says some people do treat it as a side hustle though. The amount of money being thrown around is a joke. That's true.
Aussie, it
when you've got boards, high-end boards that are going for thousands of dollars, there are no joke.
I love that penguin dropping. So you go after for Shoko. I know. So, Monster Like says some people do treat it as a side hustle, though. The amount of money being thrown around is no joke. Yeah. Oh, sorry. My brain is slowing down. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I need more coffee.
Same.
Review for the tube. I appreciate it. I saw you're just joking, but I'm not trying to flip my stuff. But it will be running soon. And Ozzy, you said when it actually started, and then they canceled it because there was some drama with the creator, and they're trying to work through it, and I think they're doing the right thing by him. But it will start up again.
We
It
are
will.
a quarter of the way there for a
If you're
24-hour
curious,
stream.
go to Kono's. Sorry, we'll get off soon. Yeah, go to Kono's website. Totally look at it. All right, we're gonna get off. We will see who is streaming right now. Oh my gosh,
Streaming.
I don't actually see anyone other than Critter Vision, which is awesome.
I love Critter Vision.
Okay, so I have a question for you as I'm looking at this. I'm gonna look at Critter Vision and see how they're doing. If there's anything on there. I have chickens and I'm thinking about putting cameras out in the back
Yes.
so that people could look at the chickens.
Yes.
Oh, there's
Yes.
a deer on Critter Vision.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Cluck
Stash is on
cam?
it. What do you mean Stash?
Yeah.
Stash isn't on right now. He rated us. Okay, well there we go. So we're gonna raid Critter Vision. There is
Yeah.
a deer in the background and that's what we got.
Definite shout out to Gator Ron, Pimento, Olive, and Kibi.
Boop, 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 boop. All right, boys and girls. We're gonna raid this. We're gonna raid this
And
Critter Vision.
before you raid, if you guys actually do want to see a real live chicken, go watch episode 2 of Kalanopes because one does make there is an Easter egg.
Oh
Ha.
no. Is there? Jeez.
Yeah.
That's the episode. All right, everybody. If you
Yes.
want to see one of my chickens a few weeks ago and it was much younger, go watch it on Kalanobs. Please follow. Please subscribe. Please join us again. We appreciate you, and we are a quarter of the way to. We're just gonna get off now.
Yeah. Love you guys. See ya on Tuesday.
Indeed, you will. Indeed, you will, ladies and gentlemen. Bye, guys.